Oh, I'm a small box. Hello, welcome to Roguelike Celebration 2025. This is the 10th Roguelike Celebration. There we go. Now I got all my stuff. It's great to see you all again. Are we showing up? We have echo. Do we have echo? Is that a problem? But it's great to see you all. And yeah, this is the 10th one, which is pretty exciting. Thank you all for being here. Okay, the echo is not me. That's great. It's awesome to have everybody back. I hope everyone is excited for yet another just absurdly good speaker lineup like we have every year, which is awesome. And it's going to be a great roguelike celebration. Thank you for hanging out. If you're in the social space right now, really appreciate that. And if you're watching this on YouTube or Twitch, it is not too late. At any point during the conference, you can go to roguelike.club and get a ticket. Let's pay what you can. Do pay what you can. That money goes towards paying for our live captioning we have right now from Maggie at White Coat Captioning, which thank you to everyone's generous donations that helped us get Maggie back this year. It's been, not the best time to get corporate sponsorship right now in games and tech, so we really appreciate all the individual support that let us keep doing this and keep on having Maggie, who's wonderful and has been with us for many years at this point and always does a fantastic job. So let's see. Housekeeping to start with. If you haven't been here before, welcome. Again, like I mentioned, there's a social space. It's kind of inspired by MUDs, multi-user dungeons. It's not your traditional just a Zoom conference or something like that. So please come hang out there. It's the place where you can ask questions for the speakers during Q&A, and you can do unconferencing where you can chat with other people. And also, it's a whole space written by mostly talented writer Nathan, but it is really cool. It's full of secrets. You can unlock emojis. You can discover generators. There's lots of fun stuff. So make sure to explore the social space also in the breaks if you have the time. And it is a place that we want to feel like a home. Everyone else in it are real human beings, and so treat them like real human beings. We have a code of conduct. You can access it by a button on the left-hand side if you're in the social space, or you can see it on our website. Please do give that a read. And if at any point anything is off, you have any problems, you can reach out to our moderators. You can notice them in the social space. We have like a little hammer icon and you can DM people, but you can also type /mod and write a message, and that will show up for the moderation team, and we'll try and get back to you on it right away. And there's also on our website some other ways to reach out to moderation in case something happens that you want to reach out. Please do say something if anything is making you uncomfortable at all. We want this to be a really welcoming and safe space. And don't break the code of conduct. If you do, we'll have to ban you and kick you out. We will do that, so don't make us do that. Thank you. Be kind. All right, there is a schedule. Check out the schedule. That will tell you when the talks are happening. Fun fact, we're going to have a daylight savings time change in Europe mid-conference. So do check the times in your local time zone. Try and just be aware of that, because your time zone, depending where you live, might be changing between Saturday and Sunday, and that's really fun. We've never had that happen before. It's my fault because I'm pro daylight savings time. Make sure to explore the space, have fun. We have different kind of types of things going on. And the social space may have some hiccups. We are entirely volunteer run. It is an open source. You can check it out. We'd love if you could help us out. And if there are some hiccups, bear with us. We will talk about it. If the MUD ever goes completely down, which has not happened before, but I shouldn't say that. This does stream the talks on YouTube and Twitch, so you can, worst case, check them out there. But we will often fix the MUD live if anything actually goes egregiously wrong, so if it ends up refreshing, that might be that. If you are in a busy room like the theater and it is totally silent, you're seeing no messages, try refreshing, try leaving the room and coming back. Make sure you don't have the site open in multiple tabs. We've every year tried to fix all of the sources of like desyncing bugs, but sometimes they still happen. So if it's totally quiet in the theater for like an extended time, or the Big Top is the theater this year because we're at the circus, if you haven't noticed, uh, then try that. All right. Also, we have merch this year that is more merch than ever. So we're using Redbubble these days since it lets us handle international shipping better. And to celebrate this being the 10th Roguelike Celebration, we have, to the best of our ability, put up every shirt design with the permission of the original artists. Because some of you maybe didn't hear about Roguelike Celebration for a while and want some of the very cool shirts that we've had, such as the 2021 shirt from Marlowe Daub. I just remember that one off the dome. It's one of my favorite shirts. We have a brand new shirt from Shingen Core that is extremely cool. It matches the art of our stream and things like that, so give that a look. And I will, depending on if I have time, be shilling the 8 other shirts that you could get this year. They're awesome. Check them out. Check out the Redbubble. There's a link to that somewhere in the social space. There's probably like a swag table. I don't remember, but you can get there. It's great. There's also like an Elbereth bath mat. There's a lot of really cool stuff. And we also have a Steam sale, which is something we put a lot of work into. We try and curate some really fun and exciting Steam games, roguelike style from around the community, as well as highlight games from our current speakers for this year, as well as some from past speakers. So be sure to check that out. There's lots of cool stuff that goes on. Like if you were here last year, Sea of Rifts just put out like their playable first demo, and that's in there. So I'm going to check that out once this weekend is done. So definitely do that. Let's see. We are still doing our best in the wasteland that is social media. So if you are on one of those, we're mostly on Blue Sky and Mastodon, and you want to talk about the conference, we'd love that. Use the hashtag Roguelike Celebration. That's great, wherever the hashtags exist. And yeah, like I said, thank you to Maggie, live captioning. We are going to have Mr. Game Boy back in some of the breaks doing live procedural music, which is great. And let's see. We'll get to our first speaker soon. So if you are in the social space, which hopefully you are, and you're in the Big Top, you can write questions using the note wall there. There's a write a question button. Feel free to hit that whenever you feel like you have an interesting question during the talk. And the way it'll work is that when it gets to the end of the speaker speaking and there's time for questions, then whoever's emceeing will be looking at those to pick what to ask. You can upvote questions as well. So do go ahead and use that. It's great to have some live Q&A. I'll also explain the obelisk. So if you have something that you want to share, some link, some idea that a talk reminds you of, and you say, ooh, this is just like in this obscure game that I know about, then we have a thing called the obelisk and you can post on it. I think it hopefully works now that there's a link to it from the sidebar in the conference, so you can just click that and do it from any room. Hopefully that works. If not, the obelisk does physically exist within the space. You can click on the map, you can go to the obelisk, you can leave a note. Go check that out now and then. There's lots of cool stuff that gets posted there. We do our best at the end of the year to like scrape it, put it somewhere on our website and link it. And yes, and it's entirely harmless. The obelisk will not hurt you. It's great. And also, if I didn't mention, the Steam sale is also linked in that sidebar. I just alternate where I point in terms of where that sidebar is. So we also have breakout rooms. This is kind of the way we do the equivalent to like a hallway track at a in-person conference, where you can ambush the speaker after they get off the stage and ask them even more questions until they walk away. So when talks are completing in a block, so if we have 3 speakers in a row, we'll do all 3 talks, and then at the end of those 3 speakers, we'll say, okay, here's the breakout rooms for each one of these. Those breakout rooms are connected to the Big Top, so you just go from where you are watching the talk to whichever of those rooms matches the speaker whose talk you want to discuss. The speaker hopefully will have time. Most of our speakers do make time to go hang out in those, but if they don't, you can still go and just talk to other attendees who were inspired or interested in the talk that you just all listened to. So check that out, and I believe that the schedule often will also tell you, or the Happening Now button, which also exists in the MUD, will tell you those assignments, but the MC will also remind you of them at the end of any block of talks. I think that is a lot of it. I have like 2 minutes to just... Are these the right shirts? No, these are the excess shirts. I got so many shirts. You could be like me. If you marry another Roguelike Celebration organizer, you won't believe how many shirts you'll have. Okay. We got this shirt. This is a great shirt. We got this shirt. This is amazing. I should have memorized who made each one of these so I could be crediting the artists. Look at that. 2020. These come in many fun colors. If you go on Redbubble, make sure to pick a shirt color, and if it's a white text shirt, which most of them are, don't pick a white shirt unless you're kind of absurd in that way, but it won't look very good. We also have this. You could confuse so many people around you with these many great shirts. Let's see. I'm just going to go through them. This is fun for me. This is my indulgent. It's 10 years. There's many shirts. Okay. And then we're going forward in time. This is the frog one. We love the frog one. And finally, last year's shirt. Probably one of my favorites. All the original monsters from Rogue rendered. It's cool. Okay. Now that I've done that, drop those on the floor. I don't know about you guys, but I'm very excited about our first speaker. Like, I'm excited about all of our speakers. So how about we kick this thing off? To begin with, we are welcoming to the stage Michael Brogue. You may be familiar with Michael Brogue, as he has been a roguelike developer for a long time now, best known for roguelikes on small grids that people call Broguelikes, and advocates of actually playing the game Rogue. So we are going to welcome Michael Brogue to talk about some of the history of Rogue itself and the history of roguelikes within fiction. So if we are ready, then welcome to the stage, Michael Brogue. Hello.
Hello. Can I be bigger and the image be smaller?
Oh, let's see.
Okay. And by the blood of that one whom it is death to look upon, so sonorously invoked the mouser, as with eyes closed and arms outstretched, he cast the rune given him by Shieldwell of the Eyeless Face, which would destroy all sorcerers of less than first rank of an undetermined distance around the casting point, surely for a few miles one might hope, so smiting Hasjal's warlocks to dust. So I'm reading to you from Lords of Carmel by Fritz Lieber, from his stories of Fafhrd and the Grey Mouser. And in this story, the two heroes, Fafhrd and the Grey Mouser, have traveled their separate ways, and coincidentally, both come into service of each of one of two brothers, the Princes of Carmel. And the older brother, Hasjal, employs 24 wizards of the Second Order, and they're casting evil spells to try and kill his brother. Gwei has 12 wizards of the First Order defending him. And the brothers are very evenly matched. This one has 24 wizards, but they're half as good, more or less, as this one. So these guys have been in conflict for a long time, and they've each hired a hero, and the heroes are also fairly evenly matched because they're best friends, and they don't know that. So it's a fun little story. And what's happening in this scene? The Mouser is casting a spell from a scroll that was given him by Shieldwell, who's a kind of quest giver character who he meets with sometimes. And the scroll allegedly destroys all sorcerers of less than first rank, which is quite convenient on this quest when he's working for the guy who has supposedly first-rank sorcerers, whose opponent has only second-rank sorcerers. So he's hoping that by casting the spell, he will destroy all his opponent's wizards and keep all his employer's wizards. Whether his great spell worked or not, and in his inmost heart he strongly mistrusted that it would, the Mouser was very pleased with the performance he was giving. He doubted Shielba himself could have done better. What magnificent deep chest tones! Even Fafhrd had never heard him declaim so. He wished he could open his eyes for just a moment to note the effect his performance was having on Gwei's magicians. They'd be staring open-mouthed for all their supercilious boasting, he was sure. But on this point, Shielba's instructions had been adamant. Eyes tightly shut while the last sentences of the rune were being recited and the great forbidden words spoken, even the tiniest blink would nullify the great spell. Evidently, magicians were supposed to be without vanity or curiosity. What a bore. Of a sudden, in the dark of his head, he felt contact with another and a larger darkness, a malefic and puissant darkness of which light itself is only the absence. He shivered, his hair stirred, cold sweat prickled his face. He almost stuttered midway through the words, Slorishaflak, but concentrating his will, he finished without flaw. When the last echoing notes of his voice had ceased to rebound between the domed ceiling and floor, the Mouser slipped open one eye and glanced surreptitiously about him. One glance, and the other eye flew up into fullness. He was too surprised to speak. And whom he would have spoken to, had he not been too surprised, was also a question. The long table at the foot of which he stood was empty of occupants, where but moments before had sat 11 of the very greatest magicians of Carmel, sorcerers of the first rank, each had sworn on his black grummery, was only space. So this scene is really interesting to me because it's the Grey Mouser is a rogue character. He and Fafhrd, they travel, they steal things, they live by their wits, they are rogues. And this is an example in some of the fiction that was inspiring Dungeons and Dragons, which inspired Rogue and roguelikes, of a rogue casting a magic spell from a magical scroll. A thing that happens all the time in the game Rogue. And yeah, when I read this, having already played Rogue and NetHack and so forth, I went click. I was like, oh, this is where that came from. This is where that game mechanic originated. This is why a rogue can cast spells. And reading more of the series, you find out that actually the Mouser, before becoming a traveling thief, he trained as a magician. He was an apprentice magician, but that went poorly. And well, read the stories if you want to know what happened. But yeah, so that this particular rogue character has a background as a magician, an apprentice magician. Affects what he was then doing later in his career, and then in making the game Dungeons and Dragons, more or less they were drawing from this body of fantasy fiction, and they wanted the kinds of scenes and adventures that happen in it to be things that could happen in the game. And one example of a scene that happened is a rogue casting a magic spell. So this, in my opinion, is how it came to pass that the Dungeons and Dragons rogue character has the use magic device ability, whereas say the fighter or barbarian character doesn't. Because in the stories that they were referencing, a rogue will sometimes figure out how to use a magical wand or in this case, be able to use a spell that's written on a scroll. And then, so Dungeons and Dragons had that mechanic for the rogue class, and then following that, we get the game Rogue, in which a thief travels through a dungeon, picks up lots of magic devices, figures out how to use them, and so on and so forth. And like so, the scene and these events and these stories have kind of shaped our genre. So Dungeons and Dragons. So this story was first published in, I haven't written it down here, mid-60s, I think, maybe earlier. Like, it's hard to tell with some of these stories because, like, the publication date you'll see might be when there was a book that it was published in, but a lot of them were originally published in magazines. So I'm not sure when the story was first published, but at least a decade or so before Dungeons and Dragons happened in 1974. So Dungeons and Dragons, it has two main branches of ancestry. It was based on a fantasy war, like a miniature war game called Chainmail, and that has these little pieces moving around in the grid, throwing fireballs and stabbing each other with swords. Chainmail was obviously inspired by previous miniature war games, which were generally less of a fantasy bent, more like enacting like actual historical wars. The ideas for those games kind of come from wargaming as a way of planning strategies for actual war. People would get little pieces and try and imagine if we put our cavalry here and approach this way, and like move the pieces around and play out the game to plan the battle. And then obviously this is inspired by the actual practice of actually fighting and killing people. So our games have roots in actual horrific violence, but also like the other culture that has emerged throughout history. And the other main route for Dungeons and Dragons is the fantasy fiction of early to mid 20th century, which was mainly what I'll share. Here we go. I hope you can see this now. Appendix N. This is from the AD&D Dungeon Master's Guide. So it's written by Gary Gygax. Inspiration for all the fantasy work I have done stems directly from the love my father showed me when I was a lad. For he spent many hours telling me stories he made up as he went along, tales of cloaked old men who could grant wishes, of magic rings and enchanted swords, of wicked sorcerers and dauntless swordsmen. Then too countless hundreds of comic books went down. The long gone EC ones certainly had their effect. Science fiction, fantasy, and horror movies were a big influence. All of us tend to get ample helpings of fantasy when we were very young from fairy tales, such as those written by the Brothers Grimm and Edgar Long, reading books of mythology, bestiaries, compilations of myths of various lands and people. On such a base, I built my interest in fantasy, being an avid reader of all science fiction and fantasy literature since 1950. The following authors were of particular inspiration to me. In some cases, I cite specific works, and some, he recommends a series of authors here. And midway down the list, you'll see Fritz Leiber, Pfaffert, and the Grey Mouser, which I was just reading from. This list is pretty good. I'd honestly recommend. I haven't read everything on this list, but what I have, Lee Brackett, Edgar S. Burroughs, Lynn Carter, Al Sprague, De Camp, Philip J. Farmer, Lord Dunsany, Robert E. Howard, Fritz Leiber, Howard Phillips Lovecraft, Michael Moorcock, Tolkien, obviously, Jack Vance, Roger Zelazny. There's amazing writing here. That's a lot. I'll just leave that up for now. A lot of So some of these listed are novels, but a lot of them are short stories. And in kind of the first half of the 20th century, there was actually quite a accessible market for short stories because there were magazines called the pulps where they published individual short stories, collected like a few in a magazine, and they would pay for them, and anybody could post in a story, and maybe it would be accepted, and maybe you pay money for it. So like it's actually kind of rare that there's really a way to make money doing art that's this accessible. And like we've seen that in like the Flash games market and then the mobile games market. Like there were briefly accessible spaces where a huge amount of creativity flourished, and then it kind of dies as it gets less accessible. And that's what happened here. Like a huge amount of creativity flourished in terms of writing short stories, and then these magazines died out, and the market became dominated by novels. And like if you look in the latter half of last century, pretty much any fantasy thing you find is a trilogy that's trying to be the next Lord of the Rings. And like there's still stuff going on, but it's not the same like absolute fermenting creativity. And so novels and like epic trilogies have epic heroes, but short stories are much more suited to rogues. So that's why this particular era I find quite interesting in reference to roguelikes, because people were writing brief adventures that happen across a dozen pages, where often quite roguish characters have an arc of discovery and adventure and success and failure, and it's just very roguelike. And also obviously Dungeons and Dragons is inspired both by these short stories and by the novels, but I just think in the format of a tabletop role-playing game where you're gathering a group of people together, say once a week or whatever, then each session needs to have a satisfying narrative arc within itself. And so the mode of storytelling in the short stories was more of an inspiration for how a play session is structured to make that work. If you have an epic story that goes across many sessions, you still have to have each session have a self-contained arc in which it feels satisfying to do that, or people aren't going to keep coming back every week for the session to work. So I find this era of fiction really kind of a primary source for the like rogue characters, and so it's really interesting to look at in developing roguelikes. Not that roguelikes with how expansive the genre has become always feature characters who fit this model, but still it's just important to me to look at the roots, right? How the ideas have developed over time. If there's something that you like, look at the things that inspired it, and you'll probably like them as well, or at least find something of interest to you there, and learn something and deepen your appreciation for the work that you were interested in the first place. Because if someone's taken a source and been inspired by it and expanded something of their own, you don't know what they personally added unless you know the source material as well, right? Like if you look at the source material and you look at what's been derived from it, you can tell, oh, this thing that I thought I was really impressed with this person's work, but actually it's completely derivative of the source material. Then you know. Or if, yes, this person was drawing from the source, but they added so much of their own and they really brought something new, then you know. And like beyond that abstract level, like the specifics, the mechanics of how an idea develops over time, how an idea adapts to fit into different contexts. But like this is why I always advocate for people who are interested in roguelikes to go back and play Rogue, because we're giving the game a place of honor by naming the genre after it, but it's weird to say this is my inspiration. This is what I'm honoring if you don't actually know the details. That's what I think. I don't want to get into any arguments here, but that's So I strongly recommend reading some of this early 20th century fantasy fiction that Dungeons and Dragons was based on. I recommend having some familiarity with Dungeons and Dragons and the other top tabletop role-playing games of the 70s and 80s, because that's what Rogue and many early video games came out of. And there's so much for creative heritage that we owe to the work in those times that we're building upon. And I know sometimes people, when they read these older stories, because they're written in a different time, in a different cultural context, sometimes people find some aspects of the different culture of the time uncomfortable. Like there's a culture clash because it was written in a time when the cultural norms were different, and I find that sad when it stops someone being able to engage with a work. But like if that's you, if that's the case, if that discomfort is so much that you simply can't, then like that's the position that you're in. But to me, again, looking at the development of ideas across time, because if you read something like The Nightland from 1912, I think it's a visionary work. It's the way it evokes a fantastical landscape is like just incredible. But it has one female character, and she is depicted as completely helpless to do anything by herself, and it's just like absolutely embarrassing to read those scenes. And then if you have that contrast, if you read something from the 40s or the 60s, and the female characters are sometimes like throwing daggers and able to hold themselves in a fight, like they're, even though there's still cultural attitudes that are uncomfortable. Like if you trace them out across time and then towards the present, you really, it's a way of really seeing that the change that has happened, and that gives a lot of hope. If you just look at the problems that there are in society at a particular point in time, even if you look at today, it's easy to despair. But if you have this picture of the development that's happened over time, then you can really, it gives hope. It's nice. So the next author I want to talk about is Jack Vance. I have Tales of the Dying Earth here. When people talk about Jack Vance in reference to inspiration of games, what they usually talk about is Vancian magic. Maybe Vancian magic because he's American. So some of these names, like especially the characters in the book, like if you've learned the names by reading, you don't necessarily know the original intended pronunciation. So if I get some of that wrong, then like just make up your own pronunciation and we'll all be fine. So Vancian magic is, what is it? It describes how magic spells work in basically these 4 books that I'm holding in one tome here. I'll read a section that more or less explains it. In ages gone, the sage had said, his eyes fixed on the low star, 1,000 spells were known to sorcery, and the wizards affected their wills. Today, as earth dies, 100 spells remain to man's knowledge, and these have come to us through the ancient books. But there is one, called Pendulum, who knows all spells, all the incantations, cantrips, runes, and thaumaturgies that have ever wrenched and molded space. He had fallen silent, lost in his thoughts. Where is this Pendulum? Turjan had asked presently. He dwells in the land of Embellion, the sage had replied. But where this land lies, no one knows. How does one find Pendulum then? The sage had smiled faintly. If it were ever necessary, a spell exists to take one there. Both had been silent a moment, and the sage had spoken, staring out over the forest. One may ask anything of Pendulum, and Pendulum will answer, provided that the seeker performs the service Pendulum requires. And Pendulum drives a hard bargain. Then the sage had shown Turjan the spell in question, which he had discovered in an ancient portfolio and kept secret from all the world. Turjan, remembering this conversation, descended to his study, a long, low hall with stone walls and a stone floor, deadened by a thick russet rug. So sorry, in the context of the short story, that time skip would have been clearer. So Turjan has had a problem. He doesn't know, nothing in his books, nothing can fix it. So then he was remembering what Pendulum was telling about the origin of spells and Pendulum. So now we're back to the present of the story, and here we go. So the tomes which held Turjan's sorcery lay on the long table of black steel, or were thrust helter skelter into shelves. These were volumes compiled by many wizards of the past, untidy folios collected by the sage, leather-bound librams setting forth the syllables of 100 powerful spells, so cogent that Turjan's brain could know but 4 at a time. Turjan found a musty portfolio, turned the heavy pages to the spell the sage had shown him, the call to the violent cloud. He stared down at the characters, and they burned with an urgent power, pressing off the page as if frantic to leave the dark solitude of the book. Turjan closed the book, forcing the spell back into oblivion. He robed himself with a short blue cape, tucked a blade into his belt, fitted the amulet holding Lacadel's rune to his wrist. Then he sat down and from a journal chose the spells he would take with him. What dangers he might meet he could not know, so he selected 3 spells of general application: the excellent prismatic spray, Fandal's mantle of stealth, and the spell of the slow hour. He climbed the parapets of his castle and stood under the far stars, breathing the air of ancient earth. How many times had this air been breathed before him? What cries of pain had this air experienced? What sighs, laughs, war shouts, cries of exultation, gasps? The night was wearing on. A blue light wavered in the forest. Turjan watched a moment, then at last squared himself and uttered the call to the violent cloud. All was quiet. Then came a whisper of movement swelling to the roar of great winds. A wisp of white appeared and waxed the pillar of boiling black smoke. A voice deep and harsh issued from the turbulence. At your disturbing power is this instrument come. Whence will you go? 4 directions. Then one, said Turjan. Alive must I be brought to Embellion. The cloud whirled down. Far up and away he was snatched, flung head over heels into incalculable distance. 4 directions was he thrust, then one, and at last a great blow hurled him from the cloud, brought him into Embellion. Turjan gained his feet and tottered a moment half dazed. His senses steadied. He looked about him. So, like this more or less gives the picture of how magic works in this so-called Vancian magic system. So spells are discrete named effects. Like in video games, we kind of take this axiom for granted, but if you think about all the range of different ways magic has been depicted in fiction, it's a little bit weird. Like magicians could just call forth spirits of nature and command them what to do with sentences. There's depictions of magic as a form of science that has all the checks and balances that naturally exist within a form of engineering. Magic can just be sheer mystery that is never explained. So there's many ways that magic could operate, and this way of magic operating is with discrete effects that come in a particular chunk. In times past, magicians had the ability to create these spells. It says all 100 spells were crafted by Thandal, many spells were crafted by other wizards. That lore is largely lost because these stories are set in the time of the dying Earth, when many civilizations have risen and fallen. 3-minute warning. Oh, really? If you say so. And so spells must be memorized to cast them, and in the act of casting them, they burnt out of your brain. So this is super flavorful, and it's a storytelling mechanic. It enables telling stories of a form where a character collects a series of, like, this is a common story format that happens in some fairy tales. It's in a lot of the pulp stories, where a character has a set of items and then they go off in their adventure, face a few different challenges, and then each challenge is solved with one of these items. And yeah, this story mechanic enables telling stories where this kind of format happens, but it's about a wizard, because it's quite hard to tell stories about wizards. For example, in Lord of the Rings, Gandalf is never around at a critical moment. You have to do something to get the omnipotent one out of the way to have some conflict in the story. So this is a story mechanic which became a game mechanic, but it's in reference to roguelikes, it's perhaps not the most interesting thing to talk about. And it's only a small part of what happens in these books. Yeah. Oops. Sorry, I had understood that this. I had gotten my timetable confused, and I'm sorry. I wanted to talk about a bunch more stuff which I can't fit in so much. Okay, I will. So the middle section of this book is the tales of Kugel, who is a rogue, and that is much more interesting from the perspective of roguelikes. And we're introduced to a character, Vornod, who's a wizard. He has a bunch of magic items. Then through his trickery, Kugel comes into possession of these magic items, and then he says, "Behold, I'm a powerful wizard. Behold, this tube that projects blue concentrate." And when I first read this, I thought Kugel, like, Vornod was a real wizard. Kugel is just pretending to be a wizard. But then I thought about it more, like, they both did exactly the same things, but their being a wizard is defined by having this collection of magic items. And yeah, so that's really the arc of roguelikes. That the character starts as a rogue, collects these magic items, and then at the end is that the decisions that you're making in the game are more the decisions of a wizard than the decisions of a rogue. Right, so that's my quick summing up. Thank you.
Yes. I'm so sorry to have to come in and interject. I'm sorry for the time confusion. we at least there'll be breakout room after, and we even have we can end up suggesting, because we have these Zoom like meeting rooms that we use for the unconferencing, and so maybe if people want to hear more readings, then people can end up moving to the Zoom room, because this is wonderful. So thank you very much, Michael.
You're very welcome.
Really appreciate it, and yes, hopefully people can follow up in the breakout to hear even more, but we really appreciate it. This is great. Okay. So yes, it is time to move to our next speaker. So Sebastian Benar is a one-man independent development studio called Deep Night Games, which was founded in 2020. Before that was a lead developer and game designer on Dead Cells, and worked with Motion Twin for about 18 years. Been making games since he was a kid on the Atari ST, and with Deep Night Games is going back to ambitious 2D kind of titles with the kind of quality of previous games like Dead Cells, adding unique game mechanics and polished game feels, putting out first game Tenjutsu, which I believe you could see in the Steam sale. And without further ado, please welcome to the stage, Sebastian Benar.
Hey, thank you, Alexei, for introducing me. And again, as was mentioning, thanks a lot to everyone from Roguelike Celebration for the organization, which is tremendous, honestly. Today my goal is to talk to you about some things that I've been doing for quite a few years now, a few things that I did learn along the way of doing not only roguelikes, but roguelites and similar type of games, but a few things that I did learn on how to make such project manageable and not going to like overscope like too quickly. So let's get started. So a few things first to mention that's probably is important. You certainly have noticed that I'm French, so that means my accent and my words and vocabulary can be sometimes a bit weird. So please forgive me for that, and I really hope that you will be able to still follow my lead here. Also, being French is also means that I do speak kind of quickly. I will try to keep things slow as much as possible. But if you, I'm not sure there's a replay, but yeah, I will try to just stay slow. Second thing, I have a cat. I'm currently at home, so I have a cat somewhere. Right now he's sleeping, so it should be okay, but he might spawn randomly during the event. So if that does happen, sorry about that. He's nice. And yeah, a very, very important third thing is everything I'm about to talk about is really just my opinion and just based on my own experience on doing things. Obviously, I've not done everything. So it's really just a way for me to do things. I'm just trying to share this back with the community. So take it with a pinch of salt if needed. That's really just me talking about past experience. Okay, so yeah, a little bit of context about me first. So my name is Sebastian Benard. Most people do know me by the nickname of Deep Night. It's really a very bad nickname I did pick like 25 years ago. When I needed a website and domain name, I picked deepnight.net, and that remained, and that's now my nickname. Not super proud of it. Most people do confuse it with Knight, like the guy with the sword, but that's okay. Also, I did work at Motion Twin for 18 years now. About 18 years. I used to be part of the founders and associate, and started as a developer, then kind of evolved. It's a anarcho-syndicalist company, so it's evolving this type of company is kind of special. But I started as a developer, then I switched to game design, and when I left the company, I was really in between development and game design. Don't know the second line. It's a thing. So in this company, before making the games that we were mostly known for, Dead Cells, we actually were producing free-to-play games. We are creating free-to-play games on our own. We were kind of lucky because in France, we are we were sort of the early adopters of free-to-play in video games. It used to be something nice. I mean, free-to-play used to be something really nice and very interesting in many ways. It was a very nice way to allow people to play for free and to pay only if they really wanted to invest a bit in the game. So that was really nice in theory. And I've been doing that for 15 years. That means that I do know a few things about dark patterns, obviously, but dark patterns is a very bad word also for just saying I kind of understand people's psychology and the way human beings behave in specific situations, which is kind of useful when you're making roguelike in general. I mean, because it allows me to have some understanding of player frustration when something should be added to make another run, to make something interesting. So it's really understanding that was kind of useful to me. And yeah, obviously I did work on Dead Cells. I was it's hard to put a title on that. I was director, lead dev, and a game designer. So basically, I was in charge of every gameplay system in this game. So it could be particle effect, balancing, spawning, level design, and a few things. We are a very small team. We'll talk about that later, but we are a very small team. So many people were involved in many different things. Yeah, I do also participate lots of game jams. That's something I didn't have time in the recent 2 years, I think, the last 2 years, but I really love to participate game jams. It's really a very interesting way for me to innovate, to test ideas, and to think without the constraint of making an actual product in some way. It's again not such a bad word in my opinion, but it's really just a good way for me to make something without thinking about any kind of success idea or whatever. So I do love doing that. Mostly Ludum Dare and a bit of GMTK for the context. So yeah, I left the company Motion Twin in 2020. I decided to go alone, even though it was kind of dangerous out there. But I decided to make my own company. So I just picked Deep Night Games because that made sense. Still don't like the name, but yeah, people do know me using that name, so I will just stick with it. So I made this company, Deep Night Games. And that also means that I'm mostly alone doing that. So it's not exactly solo, because I do work with people from time to time, musicians, artists, people just helping me in different topics, marketing also, stuff like that. But most of the time, my day-to-day job is really a solo dev. I do really believe in open source in general. It's not for me just a nice thing to say, like it's cool to say open source is nice, but really pretty much all my tool set is open source, except this one, the slides. The slides are using Google Slide, but that's the only exception. But everything else is really open source. I did develop a few things. LDTK is the biggest one. LDTK stands for Level Designer Toolkit. It's a level editor. It's my dream level editor. That is something I do use every single day to make my current games, my past and current game. And I also use the Axe language, which is like a fully open source language, and also maintain Gamebase, which is some kind of very lightweight framework to make video games using Axe and LDTK. So it's really just a small code base to get started into making games with these tools. Something you should know about me, very important to me, game feel is key. I really think I'm more in the Blizzard school. I mean, when Blizzard was cool a few years before, when Blizzard was doing games and making sure that they are not exactly original, but the quality and the game feel, the UI, UX, everything is really carefully thought. That's something that for me is really important. That's the way I design my game in general. I really try, I'm not exactly control freak, but I really like things to be under control and to give a proper experience to players. Also, being alone, I really love, that's a good thing, being alone. I love to optimize my production time versus my efficiency. I will talk much more about that. That's really pretty much the point of this talk. I will talk about that a little bit later, but that's optimizing my time versus the impact of my time on the game, for example, or a specific feature or system. And a good example of that is LDTK, my level editor. As you can see, it's really it's a rule-based level editor. It's a 2D level editor, and it's actually using lots of procedural ideas to dynamically paint the level as you draw things. So you basically just say, this is a collision, this is water, and everything else is drawn using rules that will save you quite a lot of time, actually not placing every single grass or corner of collision or something. The whole tool, IDTK, is really based on that. I will also talk about that a little bit after. So let's get started. Let's talk about Dead Cells. Dead Cells was really built on our free-to-play era at Motion Twin. It was built at a time where Motion Twin was not in a great shape. We were making free-to-play web games back to 2016, I think. And as you know, we didn't do mobile that much. We did 2 mobile games and didn't go really well. But it was for us the decline of the company. We were struggling having our old free-to-play web games paying the bills, and we needed to switch to something different. We did not want to go mobile, so the only other way was to go PC and to make like a Steam game maybe and get our hands on that. So we had this very old project which was called Rally at the beginning. Then it actually was kind of cancelled or put in the fridge. Put in the fridge. It was renamed Horde Zero. It was a sequel to one of our web games, Horde. And it actually turned into Dead Cells. That's a long way around, because at the beginning it was really a top-down action game with tower defense element. It switched to a platformer game on mobile with free-to-play and multiplayer and tower defense element. Then it turned into Dead Cells. That's a long stretch, as you can see. But that's a very old project for me at Motion Twin. The general idea when we really started the upper right image, the Dead Cells part, was to say Dead Cells was Castlevania that you can play again and again. We really loved Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow, especially, and we really wanted to try to make something that was replayable. And the second thing that we really quickly decided that we have to stick to one thing, and Dead Cells is all about combat. Everything else is kind of secondary in the design, and lots of the time it's all about combat actually drove the game in very specific ways. So yeah, Dead Cells, it's a roguelite. We also decided we will not make a roguelike for the very simple reason that we are way more comfortable in doing roguelites based on our free-to-play experience. So our general experience was to make player play again something. So making a roguelite was more meaningful to us. So being a roguelite, it means that the game do features a few things. It does have random levels, obviously. So random levels is kind of a broad topic that we'll talk about right after. It could be basically random platforms, like positioning platforms in the world, but it's also the world layout as a whole. For example, there is a shop in this level, in this world, and there is like a treasure somewhere, and then the exit, but you have a gate and you need a key to open that gate. That's the world layout. Platforms are really the moment-to-moment gameplay. So that's very different topic for me. Second thing, it's a rogue again, and we have loot. And what would be a rogue without loot, except blueprints maybe? But we do have loot. It means items. It means weapons. That means also treasure and all kind of stuff that you can loot in the game. And third thing, we needed random encounters, basically enemies. We just need to encounter enemies from time to time. A special enemy like an elite, and really from time to time you have a boss fight to test your skills and see if you were doing right. So the game was built upon these 3 big things, and these 3 topics were approached in very different ways, as you will see. Let's talk about level design first. Okay. For the platforms, again, the platforms, ladders, and stuff like that, we decided at first to go for a full random initial approach. We just decided to put platforms from kind of randomly. We try to find a few rules to position them. And you know what? We did spend a few weeks doing that, and the result was really just not interesting. Making a good platformer game, like a space of platform, is something really difficult. And to make it interesting and feel like it's not total chaos and has some kind of meaning is actually a difficult task. We quickly saw a few very significant issues with the procedural generation on level design. Making a dungeon generator is kind of easy. You have lots of examples on doing that. If you want to just make any kind of top-down dungeon, you can just go back to the basics and go play Rogue, as Michael mentioned. Just go play Rogue and you will see a very good and very solid dungeon generation. And you can see lots of them. But if you want to make platformer generation, that's actually way harder because you have something which is different from top-down. You have gravity. It means that you have jumps, you have distances, and jumping horizontally and vertically and up and down is not symmetric. That means making an interesting level using platforms is actually way, way harder. Also, the very big issue with project for us was it's a game and we need kind of 100% good results. We can afford to have like a platformer level at some point. We can say like 50% of the generated levels are okay and 50 are pure trash. We really needed something where every result was good enough. And that's really, really the complex part. You can make a dungeon generator in 5 minutes, but making a dungeon generator that produces 100% good result, like interesting results, that's probably is a few months of work to make something really interesting in the end. And also, it forced us to define what actually was a good result. We didn't even know. We started working on the generator, but we didn't even know what kind of results that we were looking for on Dead Cells. And that was a big deal after a few weeks of work. And what are we trying to achieve? We don't know. So we realized something. We realized that it's actually way faster to actually make thousands of rooms by hand than writing an actual generator. And if you just make a small room with a few platforms and ladders, you can actually paint maybe 50 of them in 1 hour, and you will have 50 interesting rooms. With sometimes they will be symmetric, sometimes they will have a specific difficulty in the middle, maybe it will be a long one, L shape or whatever. But it's actually very fast to do that by hand, and it's way faster to do that than a generator. And second thing, making something uncrafted at this point was actually way more had a way better feeling for the player. It actually felt like it was a space that was designed with purpose. So instead of having random platformers, suddenly we had some kind of logic in every single room, some very small twist that actually dictates the positions of every element. This example just shows what a room looks like in Dead Cells. It's basically just platform, one-way platforms, solid walls and ladders, and exits, connections to nearby rooms. You have a few plus and minus signs that basically are random walls, optional walls. Some can be added, some can be removed. So the two ladders on the lower right side can be actually randomly removed from time to time. So yeah, doing this type of room was really quick. But it's not something that we want to display in game. So we started working on something different. We started to, the procedural generation will not be platforms. It will actually be the decoration on the platforms. And this part is fully procedural. We do have a kind of a tool which we call the decorator, which basically is some kind of, not AI because that's a bad word now, but some kind of algorithm that paint over walls and just follow the biome rules to decorate this level. So we can turn a very bad looking room into something much nicer and much more interesting. So that's this part is fully procedural. So as you can see, we have this fully uncrafted part, which is drawing the platforms, because that's way faster to do that by hand than writing an actual generator, and the result is way better quality. But painting details like putting tiles on a corner or small details in the environment, that's something that we can totally do automatically. And that also is tied to something very important, that the game is all about combat, as you may remember from me earlier. That means that it's not about exploring the environment. It's not about looking the details in the background. It's really slashing enemies and running around. So having a decent background was good enough for what we were intended to do. And painting a wall like that, I mean, just drawing platforms, ladders, and collision and exits, that's something that took for us 2 to 5 minutes. That's really approximately the time it took for us to just create a new room. So Dead Cells at the beginning, it has about 1K rooms or something, maybe 1.5K, I don't remember. But if you just convert that, that's really just 2 weeks of full time. And I kind of challenge you to build like a decent platform or generator in 2 weeks that produce rooms that don't feel like random. They don't feel like it's completely chaotic. And actually doing that was way more efficient for us, and we could use this time, this developer time, to write meaningful algorithm like painting the walls and painting the backgrounds, connecting platforms with the small details and stuff like that. And another good thing of using this approach is we can totally reuse a room between different biomes. A room is just walls, platforms, one-ways, ladders. So we want to paint this room using the sewer biome algorithm. We can use that in the sewer. But if we want to use the exact same room in the clock tower or the courtyard or different spaces, we can just use the exact same room in different space. We just paint it in different ways. And the fun fact, most players did not notice the repetition because it's 1,000 rooms. Most players didn't notice the repetition, and so it kind of did the job for us. So we talked about platform. So platform is moment-to-moment gameplay. It's really ladders, platforms, collisions. That's really the details. But when we think to the larger scope of a level, we talk about biomes or world in Dead Cells. A world is really for us just a very simple tree of nodes. We have, for example, in this node, we have the entrance node on the left, and we have the exit on the right, and we also have a secondary exit in the middle in a branch. And we have a few things in this tree. We have a shop, we have a treasure, we have cursed treasure. That's really that. A level in Dead Cells is just that. Then from this point, we just add combat. So we just fill in the gaps by adding combat rooms in the middle, but we don't change the general logic. We still have the entrance, a corner that switch to the roof exit, and if you continue, you go to the shop and blah, 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 and so on. But this step, it's just filling the gaps with combat rooms. And that's where the magic happened. How we turn that to an actual level. Remember, we do have like 1,000 rooms in our dictionary. We have rooms for combat, we have exit rooms, we have shop rooms, we have treasure rooms, we have all sorts of rooms in our library of rooms. What we do is very simple. We just start with the entrance and say, okay, we need an entrance. So what kind of entrance room do we have? We just pick one randomly, and we pick any kind of random entrance that suits this space. And then we continue on the tree and see, we need a combat room. So we just pick one combat room among, 500. We just pick one and we try to connect it. We try to stuck this room in any way that actually connects we can connect exit and entrances between the two rooms. And we just try randomly all around. And we do that all along the way. And in the end, it actually produces a level. Not exactly. So the thing is, we fail quite a lot of time. And the fun thing, we did start this generator during the prototype phase by making just brute force. We just take a room and we try to fit, and if we manage to find a fit, we just pick another one, and if it overlaps with an existing room, we just roll back and cancel, and we can actually cancel all the way back to the beginning and try to build the level. recursively until we actually find magically like a valid layout. And you know what? We actually didn't change a bit. That's something that actually did stay in the game, still is there nowadays. And if you wondered what the loading times in Dead Cells were for, that's basically just a game brute forcing every single possibility to build, to convert a tree to an actual level with collision and rooms. And of course, the folks at Evil Empire did a tremendous, amazing job optimizing that. So we actually are still brute forcing, but we can actually discard like a very obvious will not work things like a loop or stuff like that. But in the end, it still is brute force. And actually, it still is working. And a single level in Dead Cells takes like 5 to 10K tries, sometimes a bit more for a very complex layout, like the caverns or specific biomes. But that's really just that. That's brute force. And you know what? It did work, so it still works. And people just don't care about that, and that's okay. That really is okay. We didn't invent all of that. That's something that we drew inspiration from other people. The main one was the YouTube channel GMTK. The guy made a very interesting video about Zelda and how the dungeons in the Zelda were built. The boss keys video. I really, if you are interested in dungeon generation or any kind of level generation, that's a very interesting topic, because that's where we decided to take this idea of just building a very simple tree and then fill in the gap and then turn that into a level. And we also did use DirectQ Spelunky tutorials and guides and a few articles that he did write about how the level generation was done in Spelunky that helped us a lot on finding ways to connect levels and stuff like that. But that really was a mix of that, those people. Thank you guys. So we talked about level design. Now let's talk about loot in Dead Cells. First thing, I did draw on this thing. I did draw inspiration from the Left 4 Dead director logic. In Left 4 Dead, if you remember this game, it's really a survival game with 4 players against zombies, and the game was really kind of new for very different reasons. But one of them was the game was really good at creating situations where suddenly you were like overwhelmed by zombies, and you then followed with a very calm, silent moment until something really bad happened. And it was really dynamic storytelling in some ways through action. And they actually do use, I recommend if you have some time, watch the director videos. They do talk about very interesting things that I do still, to this day, use it a lot in my projects. Something that you should definitely know, but that's something which is kind of very obvious to many people. The random is a lie. When we say that we are making randomly generated level, we don't do randomly generated level. We do random in a controlled way, obviously, but it's still important to remind this. It's not like full random. Full random is not interesting most of the time. It just produces chaotic results, and most of them are like just not interesting to play or to see. When I decided to design the loot director in Dead Cells, I was really interested in making sure that the loot was fair in some way. I'm still interested into like chaotic situations, but I also really want to make sure that the loot is given to the player in a fair way. So if you had like a very bad sequence of bad stroke of luck, you just get trash loot 4 times in a row. I just try to notice that and to make sure that it actually I give you something nice in the 5th tries. A good example of that, the legendary drops. Sorry, I will. It's probably old enough now, but I'm definitely spoiling something in the way Dead Cells do things. But when you get a legendary weapon in Dead Cells, it can actually happen in different way. First, we try to make sure that the legendary fits your build. So we just try to make sure that if you're playing bows, you have a slightly higher chance to get a legendary bow, because that's something that you will be happy for. But if for some reason you don't find the legendary, you just don't notice it in the level, we actually take it back and put it in the next level. We just want to make sure that there was a legendary drop. Maybe you didn't get it, maybe you didn't pick it, or you didn't buy it, whatever. So if you didn't, we actually put it again on your pass to make sure that you will get another one during this run. It's really just an artificial way to make sure that when we want you to get a legendary, it's not about luck and not about random. We want you to get an actual one. And if we have a random legendary drop planned in a specific level, it can actually happen in any given place. If you kill an enemy and we decide, okay, that's a good moment to give you a legendary that was planned in this level, we just give it to you by killing this enemy, not in the initial chest it was planned in, for example. And the way I do things again here is I really like to start with a perfectly balanced situation, like a proper amount of gold, exact amount of weapons that you want to drop in the game. Everything is like properly balanced, like just like in a normal game, like a non-randomized game. And then I do add back chaos in more controlled fashion. This way we can, for example, say if we want to produce like a so-called golden run, like a run where you are suddenly super lucky and everything goes really well, that's something that we can actually decide, and we do decide that in Dead Cells. We from time to time say, okay, this run will be a golden run, and that's something that you don't have control on it, so it still feels random, but that's something that happens on purpose, that was decided beforehand. Let's talk about gold, for example. That's a very good example on how things work in Dead Cells.
I was jumping in, Sebastian, to tell you that you're about the end of your time, so I'm so sorry. We can try and wrap up and we'll move on to the next one.
Sure. Okay, so let's quickly talk about gold here on Dead Cells. We basically do things in upside down manner. So we just drop gold randomly. We decide the total amount of gold at first, and then we decide to make sure that this amount of gold is enough to buy something in this level. Like say we take the most expensive item, we give you 80% of gold corresponding to that price. And we remember that player might have some spare gold from previous levels. And then we randomize this number a bit, and we just spread this total amount of gold all on the level. So we put that in chest, then we put that in mobs, and something very important, we don't spread that evenly. We just make stacks of gold. So we don't. If you have 5 enemies, we don't put 1 gold on each of them. Most of them, 4 of them will have nothing, and the 5th one will have a big pile of gold. This way, it still is the same amount of gold, but the feeling is actually different. And we do put some of that in the walls. Sorry. You may see an analogy here. In tabletop RPGs, we do exactly that. We create the illusion that something that was completely random and total mess was actually perfectly intended, like the game master was actually in control and everything was planned in some way. That's really very similar, because in tabletop RPGs, game masters are trying to embrace and simulate chaos at the same time. We just accept the fact that player will not do what we expected them to do, but we still try to create the illusion that it's actually on purpose. And to me, the perceived experience is more important than the dash results in such situations. So if something good should happen, that we just make it happen. We don't rely on random and wait for it to happen randomly. We just produce. And something, if you have done tabletop RPGs, you probably know that we all cheat. Game master never rely on that. Sometimes we just throw the dice for the sound of the dice, but we don't really use them actually. And that's something that I do in video games when I work on them. I really try to implement this idea. I call that the hidden game master, basically the guy who's in charge. And just like the director on Left 4 Dead, that's the algorithm that observes the game and say, okay, this is a good time to drop something nice. Or maybe that's a good time to drop some gold because the player seems to really lack money and it's really, the player is late on the game economy. And the game master idea is making sure that your code is actually tweaking and twisting the random thing to produce more interesting results. I might skip a few things because, as you mentioned, I'm a bit late.
Yes, so I would just extended slides up.
Exactly. I would just do that if you have question on that. So yeah, let's jump quickly to the conclusion here. Again, that's really just my opinion on my way of thinking here, but for me, it's really a matter of balancing complexity of implementing something versus the impact or the efficiency on that. So, for example, building a full random generator with platform organized randomly in a very precise way, it's really very complex to do, but the impact is really low on players. But if you have properly dispatched loot and you have randomized loot everywhere, and you make sure that this loot is given in a meaningful fashion, it actually has lots of impact. And this thing is way easier to implement than the actual platform or generator. And for me, it's also about balancing the total randomness of chaos versus the actual fun for players. I think it's really just like a tabletop RPG. It's really about making sure that players feel like it's random, it's pure luck and everything, while actually most of this stuff was under control and was actually done in a very controlled way. And again, I think it's nice. It's a kind of a mindset to say that if you think your tools as the hidden game master watching over the player run, it actually helps you to design these tools in a more efficient way. It's not about building the proper generator for something. It's just making sure that you can actually acknowledge a situation in the game and fix that by dropping something nice or removing a loot, like not exactly random, but to give a very interesting experience. Sorry, I was a bit long on this one, so thanks a lot for your attention. I see you. If you have questions, please feel free.
Yes, thank you so much. And if you want to share the slides and anything like that, we'll make sure to share all those. And people can chat later. But yes, thank you so much. Great talk. Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move quickly, and we'll keep on. We'll move into the social time. So we're not going to cut. People will get the amount of time that they get. So because we don't want to cut short. Max, Sahin, talking about stuff, the behavioral science of inventory. I'm not going to give you a long intro, Max, because you've been waiting to get into this.
Just fine.
Yes, please go ahead and take it away.
Hi, I am a behavioral scientist, and I study people, and mostly what people do with computers. We are going to take a look at what people do with their stuff in games and how it matters and why it matters. But you should listen to me at all about any of this, because my scholarly research is mostly in how humans study other humans and how we get that information. I study research behavior in academia versus industry for product designers in the tech industry, and how we make knowledge about how people do things on the internet. I'm really interested in the edges of what we know and what's difficult to study, which is why I picked this topic, because it turns out stuff for roguelikes pushes on the edge of a lot of different paradoxes about behavior and what makes things fun. My professional career is as a product designer and researcher, mostly for early stage startups. I've worked for Microsoft and MileIQ and a bunch of other companies, usually in areas where traditional product design methods don't get you there, because I work from first principles. That's what a behavioral scientist does in tech, is the technology changes, but people really don't. We're still running the same hunter-gatherer brains we were thousands of years ago. So specific research about how we think and feel about inventory is rare and generally low quality, not because the researchers are bad, but because people can't be trusted to tell you how they think and feel. If you ask a player, do you like this menu, or how do you feel about this thing? You're generally going to get, I don't know, it's nice, or some version thereof. People are very bad at naming their own feelings and experiences. All of us. It's a skill. And interviewing is a skill. To get people to tell you not just an answer, but a useful answer takes a lot of training. So it's really expensive. So it creates a small research pool, especially for games and small gaming companies. There are biases into what information can get out there at all. General research about people and how we relate to stuff is also in its infancy. It was dominated by Freudian theory until the 2010s. And Freud is not as awful as everybody says he is. He actually uses the same outrage engine idea that modern social media is. In his letters, he says he was shocking on purpose. So it's not all bad. But it's not something you can rely on either, especially when what's happened since 2010 is a lot of paradoxes. For instance, our current digital psych research shows that we value digital goods less than physical goods, except when it's in a game. Gaming changes everything. And when you can only die once in real life, this muddies the research This muddies general research a lot. You can't apply that to a roguelike. And then gaming research itself is tricky to apply to a roguelike. If you ask about meaning, fun, in games, people talk about narrative and the creation of digital selfhood. That is because most research is done in MMORPGs. This talks about relational and narrative-derived meaning. People are storytelling animals, and we make meaning by creating narrative. One thing happens after another, and then we kind of explain backwards why. We create stories to sense make. A lot of how that's done in highly relational or social games, or games where we build and tell stories, doesn't apply. Or the same words mean the same thing, or mean slightly different things. The same words don't mean the same things. So the nuance becomes lost. It's easy to turn to research and end up worse off than you started if you're trying to understand roguelikes specifically and how people interact with inventory. There's also the fact that if narrative creation and social connections were what people wanted out of the game, they would not choose roguelikes at all. If people want complex social interaction, they can go play World of Warcraft. But roguelikes have some really interesting things in common with all human experiences, in that they are defined by death and defined with stuff. We manipulate objects to keep us alive. We use them to act on our world. It's why we're successful as a species and a defining factor of humanity. We used to say we were the only tool-wielding animals, and that has long been disproven. But we are the only ones who use tools in the complex ways we do that are absolutely necessary to our survival. It takes an enormous amount of brain power. We use them to create experience, identity, and meaning, to represent ourselves. For us, a thing is never just a thing. A cup gifted to you at your wedding, handed to your friend, warm with coffee, morning after morning, washed and put away, takes on the patina of every interaction, and not just external, but internal interactions. When you think of that cup, it resonates between your idea of that particular cup, your thoughts about cups like that in general, your implicit beliefs about the kind of people who might use that cup, the reconciliation of the cup in front of you with your memory of a whole cup. And there's a chip you didn't see before. And your feelings about breaking the cup you got at your wedding and handed to your friend warm with coffee. Is this the last time? It feels like yesterday. It is a wonder that we function day to day when teacups can make us think of dying. A thing is never just a thing for us. How cups connect to dying is called mortality salience. Mortality salience is the technical term for something that taps on the window we keep up to protect us from the horror of the fact that we are mortal. And it's also why roguelikes are so much fun. And many things are so much fun. We love fear, actually. Fear is great, especially when you divorce it from danger. But fear exists at a biological level to prevent death. Our brain finds danger and starts pumping chemicals into our system to prime us to fight or flee. Our irises expand, and we literally take in more data than we did before. We increase respiration, heart rate quickens, muscles tense, all that. But our cognition changes, and we refocus and resort. So we notice the most important things and remember the best that we ever do and react the fastest. This chemical cocktail is what underlies developing PTSD from those memories. We remember better. Things are more to us when we're afraid. And we get a little jumpy, even if there's nothing to be scared of. We're on edge, but humans love that edge. We feel alive there. Research durably shows that anything that taps on the glass to remind us that we are mortal makes our lives more meaningful. This is in video games, in books, anything that reminds us that this is temporary and we will die enhances meaning. But on the physiological, much of complex play also involves just hijacking the system that dumps those chemicals in. Horror novels and roller coasters function on this. And permadeath changes what parts of a game are carrying the meaning-making load. It's not just about the fun and that creation of meaning that we might die. It's how we construct meaning internally. Generated maps and the lack of a sense of place also alter how we make meaning within these games. Normally, when you go through a game, it's much like you do in the normal world. You move through space and you see things that remind you of where you were before, that hook backward through your life and all the other positive or negative experiences you've had in that location. It echoes backward, not just in that time and space, but into you. But you don't get that in a roguelike. What you do get is objects. This hook changes fundamentally the relationship with objects in these games. So inventory is not just inventory and stuff is not just stuff. Objects become relational tools. They're objects of agency too. We act on the world in these games with objects more than other games, more than other play. They are, you take out the thing creates an action. But they're also vessels of memory and meaning. And because they persist despite the death and physical constraints of these games. In roguelikes, they function as constants, an emotional replacement for the familiarity of maps, not just of the space-time and how we usually create meaning, but of the sense of familiarity and returning to something we like. Having these objects that we learn and that we see, that we can come find again, even if we lose all of them, alleviates a lot of the sense of loss and unfamiliarity that would normally be present in the threat of death. It's like taking only the fun parts of death. Because ultimately, the game will only ever be completely new to you once. So as you return and you collect things and you act on your world, all of these vessels function as the cup. That object may vanish when you die, but a thing is never just a thing. To create meaningful inventory for players, it's important to remember that the cup is never just the cup. When you approach finding the emotional handles for ultimately people who you want to have fun, creating a sense of safety amidst danger and creating a sense of meaning, something they can look back on and have every positive interaction that they have ever had in your world come back to them when they interact with it. Empowers them to take the best parts, frankly, of what it means to die and to be alive and have fun with that. Does anyone have, I don't know how questions work in something like this. Usually I would answer questions for that.
Okay, well, thank you. I mean, I think everyone's just sitting in kind of like
Yep.
thoughtful silence. Yeah, thank you. That's a really beautiful talk. I think that we only have 2 minutes, just maybe a little fast, but right after we're gonna have one more talk from Florence, 15-minute talk, and then after that we're gonna do breakout rooms.
Great.
And so people can ask questions in chat. So as long as you're in that social space, then
perfect. We can recapture that time then. Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Sounds good. So I will, at the end of Florence's talk, give a reminder of what rooms those all happen in. And so, yeah, if people have questions for Max after settling with the big thoughts and feelings, then you can go have that conversation there. So, yeah, thank you very much. That was wonderful. Okay, and yes, our final talk of this morning slot is from Florence Smith-Nichols. Hey, Florence, welcome back.
Hello.
PhD researcher at Queen Mary University, focusing on video game archaeology, and here to talk about procedural keepsake games. Very exciting.
Thanks very much, and thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be back here again. So today I'm going to be talking about procedural keepsake games. And just a little bit about me, first of all. So I'm currently doing a PhD in video game archaeology. I'm actually at the stage of writing my thesis now, so in the scary stage, but it's going well. But before I did that, I actually worked as an archaeologist for many years. So that kind of like is sort of why I ended up doing this combination of video games and archaeology. Also worked on the game Saltsea Chronicles as a story tech, and I've done some curatorial work with the British Library. So all of these things have kind of contributed to my practice. But first of all, let's define what is a keepsake game. So Xing and Ke actually coined this term, and they define it as games that produce beautiful, memorable artifacts through the process of playing the game. And they see this as really being a collaboration between them as a designer and the players who create the keepsake. And arguably, keepsake games in one form or another have existed for a long time. But I find this definition really helpful for me in thinking about these kinds of games and why I'm interested in them. And Xing has, of course, made lots of keepsake games, including, for example, Mending, which is a game which involves embroidery on a map. Xing also designed the t-shirt for this year's Roguelike Celebration, so that's a really nice link as well. And another example of a keepsake game is Luminary, and this is a game in which a scarf is knitted according to different choices that are made in a twine game. So this is a really interesting example, I think, of kind of a digital game that is then like kind of like working in tandem with kind of an analog keepsake. I'm really interested in this digital analog kind of hybrid space. And so today I'm just going to quickly go through a few case studies of keepsake games that I've worked on, specifically procedural keepsake games, because I think that there's really a lot of potential in thinking about kind of different types of procedural systems, whether they be analog or digital, and analog and digital keepsakes as well. Because keepsake games, as they exist, often do involve some kind of analog kind of procedural generation, whether that be kind of dice rolls or kind of drawing cards or something like that. And anyway, first of all, I'm going to talk about Archeos, which is a digital keepsake game. And Archeos, I worked on this in Mike Cook, and this was a submission to the Internet Archive Discmaster Jam. The Internet Archive ran this jam in which they wanted people to use kind of assets from their own archive, which I thought was really cool. And a lot of them were kind of from the 90s, I believe. So it had a very specific aesthetic. That was a really fun kind of design constraint. And also encouraged people to look through their archive and kind of reuse the material. And at the time, I was also reading a book by Italo Calvino called The Castle of Crossed Destinies. And in this book, people can only communicate via tarot cards. And that got me really thinking about, could we create a game in which you as the player are interpreting these kind of obscure digital artifacts and using these strange tarot cards as like an interpretation aid. And so this is what we did using assets from the Internet Archive. You'd get 3 different artifacts, and then you'd be kind of dealt randomly kind of 3 different cards you can see on the screen here. And then you have a free text box where you can like write in your interpretation. And then at the end, you get a kind of zine PDF, which functions as a digital keepsake. And this is available now online on itch. It's freely available, so you can go and try it out for yourself. It's very much, I think, at the proof of concept stage at the minute. I think we definitely want to kind of add in more cards. This is just kind of one example of a digital keepsake game. And the second example is Ascending, which is a digital analog keepsake game. And Ascending was made with a group of people at the Dagstall seminar. I ran a session on PCG for keepsake games. And we were really interested in looking at kind of existing procedural systems and then using them as prompts for some kind of keepsake game. And in this instance, we used Waterboo's medieval fantasy city generator, which is brilliant. And I'd encourage you to look that up on itch as well, especially because it, you can kind of like play with it in browser. So it's very easy to use. And so this is partly why we wanted to use it as part of our game, because, you know, it's freely available. The idea is that a player will kind of like generate a city that appeals to them. And then we'll write a postcard based on an imagined visit to this place. So it's kind of interesting in that you're looking at this 2D schematic map, but like trying to imagine, well, what is it actually like to be in this space? What does Wine Hall mean in terms of this whole area, you know, to the north of this river, for example? So that was really fun to play around with. And yeah, this is also on itch, and you can download it now. And the actual instructional part of the keepsake is in the form of a zine. So that was also a really nice constraint for us. And finally, I want to talk about a player study that I did as part of my PhD on a game called Nothing Beside Remains. And also worked on this with Mike Cook. And this is a game that has a procedurally generated ruined village in it. You can see the image on the left there. It's very much a kind of abstract 2D ASCII style game in which you are exploring this ruined village. You don't really know what happened to it. There's no real end goal or win state. You just kind of bump into objects, read the description, and implicitly the goal is to interpret what happened to this place. And I was very interested in this game in terms of thinking about environmental storytelling, because I think environmental storytelling is very archaeological because it's about interpreting kind of material remains in a game in an imagined past. And so the idea of the study was to basically, we got a lot of people to play the game and fill in an online form. We asked them, what do you think happened in this place? And so through this kind of qualitative methodology, came up with this theory of an archaeological game world mental model. I won't go into that all now because I definitely don't have time. But a thing I wanted to reflect on a little bit is we also asked people about different ways they might record their gameplay experience. And this was really great because we got a lot of really interesting answers about how people talked about how they made a map or they took screenshots. And so these different recording methods had different affordances. They could allow for interpretation, communication, personal expression. And often it was very much about like scaffolding their interpretations. And I think this kind of comes back to the idea of keepsakes being a record in a way of a kind of like gameplay process. And so this is where I see kind of the link there. And also as part of this study, came up with this idea of archaeological game world affordances. So these are kind of qualities that spur a player to interpret more or to kind of expand on an existing interpretation. And these are things like incongruity, ambiguity. And I feel that there's a lot of parallels here with procedural content generation, because something I'm really interested in is the uncanny nature or like texture of, PCG that can happen, whether that be through repetitions, glitches, all kinds of different things. And so I think that there's really great potential here for kind of exploring that in terms of thinking about keepsake games and getting people to record their gameplay process or produce something, some kind of artifact, which may be an interpretation of what they're finding. So if you're interested in that work, it is available now online. And yeah, I guess I've kind of just put forward a few things to think about, but I'm really interested in this space. And if you want to talk to me more about it, please do. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And yeah, I'm so glad. I think that having this next to the behavioral science of stuff talk and having Xing's share, like there's so many great connections of ideas already, even when we're only like now 2 hours into the start of Roguelike Celebration. And like super active discussion in chat. Fun to have lots of people who are familiar with this work talking about it. So yes, thank you so much, Florence. And yeah, definitely recommend people check out the article that you link, because as people in chat were saying, it's very readable. Don't get intimidated by it being a bit academic. It's
that's great. Thanks.
All right, so yeah, we are going to have now breakout room discussions, which is a chance if people do want to ask more questions, they can do so. So yes, thank you, Florence, and I will read those out now. So this is our first set. So basically, if you're in the social space, and if you're not, it's not too late. Just like go over to roguelike.club, get a ticket, it's pay what you can, and then you'll get a link to this like text interface where you can go talk to the speakers like you can right now. So if you are in the big top where the talks are, then off of that there are these sub rooms. And so if you would like to discuss Michael Brogue's talk and talk about the roots of roguelikes in fantasy fiction, head under the stage. Go to the under the stage room, talk about that. If you want to talk with Sebastian Menard about handcrafted content and ProcGen mixing together and all the cool stuff that he was doing, go to the dressing room. So you can talk about that in the dressing room, ask questions. If you want to talk about the behavioral science of inventory with Max, if you want to discuss stuff and teacups, that's in the props closet, which I felt was appropriate because it's full of stuff. And finally, if you would like to discuss procedural keepsake games with Florence, then head to the break room. So I believe that if you click the Happening Now button on the sidebar, it'll also remind you of these and give you a link that maybe even works to just take you right to that room. So again, that is the Under the Stage for Michael Brogue, the Dressing Room for Sebastian Benar and Handcrafted Quantity and ProcGen, the Props Closet for Stuff, and the Break Room for Procedural Keepsake Games. Also, just mentioning, if you have times, again, when your chat seems to go completely quiet, like especially in the big top, which is usually pretty hoppin', try just leaving that room and coming back, like within chat, go to a different room and come back. Hopefully that syncs up your chat client. We've got a couple reports that there are still issues. If you have trouble with the space, just type /mod, report it to us. We'll do what we can. But I'm going to stop talking so that you get that chance. We're going to have a social break now for, I believe, 30 minutes. Yes, and in 30 minutes, we'll be back for more exciting talks, another block of them, including from Xeno Rogue about non-Euclidean space. There's some really cool stuff. Check out the schedule, and Haley will be taking over emceeing. So I am going to be signing off until I think the end of tonight. So I will see you later. Thank you for coming to Roguelike Celebration. I'll see you in the social space. Enjoy the breakout rooms.
Howdy, everybody. I'm just coming on a little bit early to go through some announcements. We got some lovely talks. I was enjoying the sounds of Tombalaya's wonderful music generator on Mr. Game Boy. Thank you again, Tombalaya. They've got some other cool proc gen stuff on their itch. But just to go over some quick announcements before we get started. If you're watching us on YouTube or Twitch, drop by roguelike.club on the interwebs and you can get a ticket and join us all in the mud space where people are chatting during the talks and posting cool links on the obelisk and writing questions for the speakers. So you can join us there. And then if you haven't seen our shop this year, you can click on the merch button on the side of the roguelike space. And we put up a lot of past year's shirts. So you can get this cool one, as well as many others. I think I ordered 4 of previous ones that I didn't have. So make sure to stop by there. We also have a bunch of great games on our Steam sale, including the next 2 speakers talk. Sea of Rifts just released a demo. So that appears on there as well. And if you join us in the big top, which is the room where you can watch the theater, see the live captioning from our lovely Maggie, you can also sometimes you'll notice there's like 150 people in there, and sometimes you're like, wow, nobody's talking. Well, it might be just a little bug on the volunteer-driven development we have here. So if it seems like nobody's chatting, usually it will fix itself if you just move to a different room, come right back, should be all set to go. Otherwise, a refresh sometimes does it, but usually moving will do it. So you'll join us back in the space. You can chat with everyone. And just a reminder, I saw a bunch of people in breakout rooms after our previous set of talks. We have little social 30 minutes here and there after our sort of talk blocks. So we will let you know what those rooms are at the end of our speakers here. And that will also be in the Happening Now button in the corner of the conference space. You can check that out as well. And yeah, we are now at time. So I'm going to bring on our lovely speakers here.
Ooh.
And hi. Oh, in the same room. Great.
Yes.
So
we have you on speaker and not headset, so I hope there's not any crosstalk.
Oh, no, it's working just fine. So,
Okay,
so thank you
perfect.
for joining us, Alexander and Sophie. As I mentioned, leading up to this, they've got a demo for their game that Alexander had a wonderful talk last year about procedural generation and assets. And now we have Sophie joining us for the art aspect of that. So without further ado, I'll let y'all take it away.
Yes, thank you. Yes, this is our talk, Hoist the Colors, Art Direction and Tech Art in Sea of Rifts, and it is a sequel to the talk I did last year. So in Sea of Rifts, you're the captain of a steam and sail ship, exploring a vast, dangerous ocean that's being torn apart by rifts into other dimensions. And it's your job to get to the center of the world. And we have done a lot of work on the procedural generation in the game. Mm-hmm. And yeah, we are quite excited to talk more in depth about how that actually works. We also have ship-to-ship combat in the game, and that adds a lot of challenges in terms of like how much art we have to do. Mm-hmm. And we also, sorry, I'm a bit nervous. We are also very reliant on procedural generation across the game. So what you see here is a harbor that is using like generation. We generate the harbors, we generate the quest lines, and we generate the crew members that you can hire. So it's a very roguelike game. And yeah, this is us. My name is Alex. I'm the creative lead and designer and coder on the game.
Mm-hmm. And hello, my name is Sophia, and I am the art lead on Sea of Rifts and have been so for the past 2 years.
Yes. And the agenda for the talk is that I'm first going to cover some overall goals for the art direction in the game.
And then we're going to go and dive into the art direction. I'm going to show you some of the decisions we made along the process and talk a little bit about some of the techniques we applied throughout.
And finally, I'm going to do a deep dive into some of the tech art we used to achieve that direction.
Mm-hmm. Yes, but first of all, let's go and talk about the goals for this production. So Sea of Rifts is a very large game, and we are a very small team. And so one of the major goals for the visual direction of Sea of Rifts has been to how we can create the most visual variation with the fewest assets possible. And because we figured out that we have this top-down perspective of the game, which caters really well to the stylized art that we decided to go for. And a good thing about the stylized low-poly art that we went for is also that it's speedy to produce as well. So, it allows us to create a lot of variation swiftly with just applying new textures on top of very low fidelity art. Some of our major inspiration for the visual direction of the game are the Anno series and Kenshi, as well as Dota.
Yes. So when it came to how we should work on the game, I had 3 principles that I wanted to make sure that we followed. The first was that I, as the tech department, didn't become an implementation bottleneck. So everyone on the team should actually be able to push content into the game. And secondly, that me as the game director did not become a decision bottleneck. I really hate micromanagement, both being the one that has to do it and the one that is on the receiving end of it. So it's been very important to me that everyone had the agency on the team to put stuff in, not necessarily without checking with me first if it was okay. And that also hits on the third one, which is iteration. How quickly can we actually work on the game? Because if you can't iterate on a game, you are in for a world of pain. And one of the books that's inspired me quite a lot when it comes to how I think about this is Turn the Ship Around. Very fittingly, it's written by a naval captain that took the worst performing US submarine and in a year made it the best performing one. and that was basically by letting go and letting people get to that and do their job. I also think it's important to have a balanced approach between how efficient it is to work on your game, so your workflow efficiency, but also how long does it actually take you to implement those tools, because me as the only technical person on the team, I'm a rare commodity, and then also the end result needs to be performant enough that people can actually play the game. So how do we do this? Well, one thing we make sure of is that the game is always playable. So we have automated tests we can run, and we also have a very flexible workflow for trying out things inside the engine. We also try to have a very shared ownership of the game. So like the usual thing that happens is that the artists, they focus on the aesthetics and the visual niceties of the game. And the programmers, we're looking at the numbers and we're like, oh, the frame rate is terrible. Oh, what should we do? And the best game happens when everyone shares responsibility for like all of those areas. Mm-hmm. And I think it helps a lot that we are very flexible team. I like to say that we are a team of octopuses, and yes. we have a lot of like shared skill sets, so we can like come in and actually like offload each other, which is super nice. And also we do a lot of play tests, because that's what keeps us in check. If something has been tested and for example the frame rate is bad, we will know and we'll have to do something about it. Mm-hmm.
All right, so now we'll go in and cover a little bit about the art direction, some of the decisions we made throughout the process, and some of the techniques we applied to like really make our production as efficient as possible with the resources we had. So when I started this project like in 2023, I was the only artist, and that was like, okay, this is a little scary. This is a big project. So what do I do? Well, first of all, I tried to figure out, okay, so where can we cut some corners without making it too obvious in the art style of the game? Like, well, how can we maximize the potential of the assets we produce and make sure that we use them in many places of the game, but maybe create variation through texture swap and different types of colors. As well as also making sure that, as Alex just pointed out, that he doesn't become a bottleneck and nobody else becomes a bottleneck in the production, that we have to free up the dependencies on the team, ensuring that the artists can actually are allowed to like finish their tasks without having a middleman coming in and improving on the side. So one thing that when I started this project was to look at how we could make a good way of running the process of this, the art direction of this game. Being such a big game, it's quite a mouthful to steer. And one of the tools I would use throughout the process has been Miro for actually establishing this art direction board. Miro, we give a general overview of the art of the Sea of Rifts. We present some of the inspiration it draws from, some of the resources we use throughout the process. And because we have so many different environments in the game, so many different types of ships and so forth, initially I wanted to use Miro also for making these detailed style guides for the game. But I realized in the process that actually using Google Sites was the best option. So that's the next thing. Like we use actually just Google Slides for running these detailed in-depth style guides for instance, covering the environment of Sunken City. And it's a very nice tool just using slides because it's easy to modify, it's easy to share, you can print it and whatnot. Everyone has easy access to it without having to create a lot of accounts. And in general, I have this rule of thumb saying that you should avoid juggling with too many tools. Like there might be a lot of smart tools out there, but the tools aren't smart if you're not using them and if they just cause a lot of friction in the production and actually stall the production of what you're making, then you might as well just get rid of it and stick with a Google Sheet document. So Sea of Rifts is, as we said, a very content-rich game. We have several ship types. We have a lot of different factions. And we decided to have this top-down camera, which caters well to this low-poly stylized style that we went for the 3D assets of the game. But one thing I really we had to think about throughout the process was how can we establish a visual hierarchy for this game, because the players need to be able to decode which factions do the ships belong to, and what types of ships are there. So, and there are different ways for you to establish a visual hierarchy in a game. Especially for top down, you pay a lot of attention to the top parts of the elements. That's what you spot first. So one thing that we really are mindful about as artists is making sure that we distribute the values across the elements in the game in a way that creates enhanced depth perception, but also make sure that we point interest to the most important aspects of the assets in the game. So as you can see here on this slide with some of the buildings from Sunken City and the Sheepfolk settlement, notice how it's darker at the bottom and actually gets brighter at the top. And also at the top that we have all the details of the building primarily situated there. Another thing that we also work a lot with is contrasting colors and shapes. The human eye has does instinctively look for boundaries between areas that has a lot of contrast. So as you see here for the Sheepfolk boat, this long boat, there's a lot of contrast in the coloration of how the spikes and the rooftop, making sure that we tell the players, "Ooh, you should not touch this, it's gonna hurt you." And also the enemies, as you see on the right, they are very, very bright purple, making sure that they stick out from the ocean, but also making sure that the weaponry is very nicely contrasted to the surroundings. And talking about contrast, I can't help but talk about that. Okay, because we see things very often from afar in the game, we have to make ways for making sure that everything is readable at all times, no matter how close you get with the camera. And one way we do that is to really accentuate sizes and shapes of objects that are important. So for instance, the ramming weapons like this blunt bone weapon here, it does not look proportionally realistic, but for a stylized game and for the sake of readability, making sure that the players can see the weapon from afar, this is quite important. This is a way for us to make sure that people can always tell what's going on the screen, wherever they are, and wherever the camera is. And obviously throughout this process, we've been looking at a lot of different type of references, right? And I couldn't help but think of my childhood favorite game was Sid Meier's Pirates, which I think did a really good job at creating these contrasts. Just notice how the city of San Juan here in Pirates, it's really standing out. The rooftops are really bright red. It's sitting in a very green area. The ship itself is very nicely contrasted to the ocean, making sure that we can easily decode and decipher the shapes and what's going on the screen. And so does games like the Settlers, where you can easily tell from the shapes and the coloration when you look from top down what these functions of these buildings are and who they belong to. And in case anybody's interested in looking up how you can create assets for a top-down game, I can really recommend this character art guide from Dota 2's workshop. It's really nice. It gives you a nice overview and analysis of how you can produce assets that are easily readable in a top-down perspective. Another thing that we have been working on, especially for the past year, is how we can add depth to our game. So most of the game is covered by ocean, right, Alex? It's 80% of the time when you're out at sea, there's so much ocean. So okay, we have this ground for storytelling, and how can we actually use this water for establishing some storytelling, to plan cues for past events that have happened, but also to plan cues for all the creatures that loom beneath the surface. And this is a way that we have this kind of hierarchy where we have the underwater assets that you sail above and can explore. And this is also a way for us to spark the curiosity in players to go out and explore this world. Okay, so But how do we apply all of these rules? So for the very production of the assets in the game, we apply this we have this modular design approach, both for the ships and the buildings. And what do I mean by modular? So remember when you were a kid and you had these toy blocks that you could build castles with, and the cannons and unicorns and whatnot. You might not have had a lot of different variants of blocks, but it didn't stop you from using your imagination and to actually create more of it than what you actually had. And it's kind of the same thinking process that we're trying to nurture in Sea of Rifts, is to maximize the potential of our assets and create every 3D model as a module that can be built, so we can assemble ships and buildings like Lego, and build ships on the fly in the engine, which has been a huge success because it means that everybody on the team can go in and build a ship when they need one. And as you can see here, just as an example, we have maybe 3 types of roofs for the ships, and we use them for 10 different types of 10 different types of ships. So it's like we can really maximize and reuse assets for a lot of things. Then another way for us to make sure that we have proper color variation in the game is that we have, like Alex has made this HSV offset shader in collaboration with me, which makes sure that although we only have 3 different types of texture atlases as presented on the slide for all the ships, we have this database, this shader that makes sure that we can do color swaps and actually have a whole range of different colored ships, which is really good, especially for when we want to make sure to convey that this ship belongs to this faction and this ship belongs to that faction. Of course, it's as it always is when you're a small team, you have to also look at, okay, so I was talking about how to cut corners. And sometimes one of the best ways to do that is to use store-bought assets, right? It can be a good way to test things that are still work in progress. It can be a good thing to do to speed up production, and you can actually achieve a lot if you just reskin your assets. Then it can look like it actually always belonged to the game. The con of using store-bought assets, though, is that you don't have any production files to backtrack to, and you also have a risk of that your game loses character, meaning that it becomes it kind of ends up looking like a series of stock photos. So be wary with how you use store-bought assets. Okay, so the cherry on the top. So one thing we really utilize is post-processing in Unity. It works really well. It's a very good way to make sure that everything you see on screen comes together nicely. And because we have so many different environments, this is a way for us where we use vignette and lighting to really make sure that everything in Sea of Rifts, it just works together. No matter if it's store-bought assets that's combined with whatever we ourselves produced, right? So this is something that we've really been happy to use as well. It's very efficient and can only recommend using it. All right, so let's go and talk about the tech.
Yes,
Alex.
Let's talk about some shaders.
Yeah.
So a trick I talked about last year was how we use shaders to add visual variety. And I think I could do a better job of showcasing how that actually works. So for example, here for... see, I think we have it. Okay, there we go. So we have a streaming world setup, which means that the only constant data we have for each game object that is looking static to the player is actually the height and the angle. But that is still enough that we can actually derive a random value from that. And we then use that to apply a random color offset to the model. And it's very fake. Like normally you wouldn't have that a whole house in a city is a little bit darker than the house next to it. But because the houses are so small on screen, it's not actually something that you really notice. You just notice that there is some variation to them. And that variation is actually adding quite a lot. So for example, here we have it with the variation and here we have without, and you can see it's a lot more flat and dull to look at, whereas here you get that there's just something with having enough natural noise in an image that is appealing to us to view. And also we can use the same noise value to change how much light that there is in each house, and that also adds life and character. So we use a similar trick for algae on rocks. So this is actually the same rock 5 times, just rotated differently, and then that rotation and random height is used to dictate where the algae is actually being placed on the rock, and it adds a huge amount of variation to not a lot of assets.
Yes, it really does.
This is how it's done. We basically just grab some data from the model view matrix and the world matrix, and from that we calculate some dot products and do an fmod, and that's it. It's not really like super complicated. If you're doing a game where you're not moving everything around on the XZ axis because you're streaming it, you can just probably take the object's world position and rotation and go nuts. But yeah, we had to do this little bit of workaround. One drawback there is from having this very kit-based approach to assets is that if you don't do some kind of optimization, you end up with having a lot of game objects, a lot of draw calls, and a lot of unhappy players because the frame rate is on the floor. So what we do there is we use a plugin called MeshKit. There's a lot of other plugins out there that can combine multiple game objects and mesh renderers into one larger object. And here it actually is really nice that we have a few atlases for each ship family, because it means that all of those meshes can then be combined together and use the same texture. So one thing that was really interesting for Sunken City, which is by far the most complex biome we've done in the game so far, is that we needed a lot of verticality to the structures. And I was basically like, okay, I don't want to become a bottleneck. So what I did is I made this quite simple generator really that just stacks elements on top of each other. And there's like different stacking rules. So like it can either repeat 1, 2, 3, or add them at random. And then I basically let the artist go nuts with
of stacking modules to create different types of buildings. So while Alex was working on this, I was drawing out concepts for, okay, so how much visual variation could you actually get from just a square, so to speak. And I handed over this concept to our artist Bjartur, and then he just did some magic in Blender, creating these modules and export them out. And then, yeah, you have it. We got these buildings, as you see here, an example on the right, these nice buildings for Sunken City, using this method of stacking and stacking different modules to create more different types of buildings.
And what was quite interesting is that as soon as you give a tool to someone else, they find ways to, I could say abuse, but let's say using creative ways. So for example, the building here on the right, Bjartur, he actually found out that he could add pillars to the top section of a building and then just like extend them way down. And then like all of that version of the building with that roof would have those corner pillars, which is like a really clever use of the generator.
Yeah.
So another thing that's I'm also really pleased I finally got to use in a game that people have actually tried is what I call the subtiling system. And it is trim sheets combined with 9-slice sprites. And to go over what these are quickly, trim sheets is basically that you can use the fact that textures can tile in either the width or the height, or both. And 9-slice sprites is that you take an image and you slice it into 9 pieces, and then you can basically use that to create corners that don't stretch while you can stretch the sides. And I've come up with a way of combining the two. So when we are texturing these buildings for Sunken City, we actually have this large tile set you see here on the right. And then for each vertex, we define the position and UV as normal. But then we also define an offset to that tile we want to show. And we also define the tile dimensions in the vertex data. And that actually allows the shader to basically take the current UV, offset it, and then repeat it with the frequency of the tile dimension. And that way we can actually show a lot of different textures from one texture. And we're not bound to the limitations that there is with a traditional trim sheet where you have to like basically stretch it to the edge. And what was really interesting to me is I made this technique for a game where I was actually generating the buildings by code. But when Beato got hold of this, he was like, well, I don't need to stick to your rules. So he
Rule breaker.
So he started like using like odd offsets and actually like odd tiling dimensions. And what you see here on the left, that's actually where he's used that to create two different window types with the stained glass, even though there's only like one he's picking from. So it's like a really interesting like way that he found a way to get enhanced use out of it. One thing that you might run into if you use this technique is that as you go down your MIB levels, you will start to get like bleed from tiles into each other. And the way to get around that is that you have to pad each tile and basically like make that repeat onto itself. And this was quite a hassle to figure out back in the day. Thankfully, we haven't really had to deal much with it on Sea of Rifts because of the camera, but it's something to be aware of. And it's something that you can script your way out of in Unity, for example, with a custom texture importer. All right, paper.
Oh yes, paper, Alex.
Yeah.
Wow, we have so much paper in the game, you know that?
Yeah.
And in the beginning, I was drawing paper, and I was drawing paper, and I was drawing paper for so many kind of use cases. Because we have a very dynamic, content in the game where we use a lot of different types of sizes of paper for the UI. I drew a lot of paper sprites. But this was, as you kind of can imagine, in the long run, this was not the most efficient way. So, Alex, I just want to ask you, could we do this with a shader?
I mean, yes, we can.
Yes.
Yes, we can. So the first thing is, can we get the surface of the paper? And yes, that is actually quite easy. We just take the screen space position, we use it as a UV, and then we apply a paper texture. It looks like paper, but it looks like a very modern paper because the edge is very clean. This looks like it's just been bought at a shop. So how do we go about fixing that? Well, we use what is, I think it's going to become my signature technique because I also talked about using it for land generation last year, and that is used assigned distance field. So assigned distance field is like magic. It is super easy to use, and it scales well to a lot of different like it basically like lets you take in discrete inputs and kind of turn it like into something that looks more organic. So the whole secret is that it's in this case it's a grayscale texture with a bit of noise where we are accentuating the corners and a bit of the sides. And what we then do is that assigned distance field is actually quite easy to understand. It is just that you pick a threshold value and you say I am inside if I'm above the value and or below, and the other way around for the other case. So that's, and if you can then like set that value dynamically, then you can like basically set like exactly where you want the shape to appear. And if you combine that with that paper texture we had before, you start to get something that actually has that like
paper feel.
And that pirate map look with the frailed edges. What's also really smart is that if you then 9-slice that assigned distance field map, then in Unity, when you're resizing your UI elements, the paper will just automatically get like to look still with like that edge. One problem that there is with this technique is that if you're using the same SDF across your whole game, and you probably will, then it can become quite clear that it's the same shape getting repeated, and that's because it's the same noise the same field that's actually being displayed underneath. The way to fix that is by adding noise to it. And again, we can just do that in screen space, like we did with the noise we're using to create the paper texture. And you can see here that is actually a really good way of modifying the shape of the paper. A little trick that I think I also got around to implementing is that we can take the individual vertex color that can be set in the Unity's UI system, and then also use that to create a bit of an offset. So that creates even more variety.
All right, friend, we're running close on time.
Okay, all right. It can also be used for shadows. Also, there was a talk about the dreaded oatmeal problem. One thing that we ran into is that a lot of our islands look the same. And the way that I fixed that, you're going to get a little tip on that here. That was basically by having all our props be defined in a range that they could appear in. And then each of these prop set would also like define a weighting for each of the props. Then we have a weighting, or like a weight range for each of the props. And each harbor then picks a range that they pick from. And from that, you then get islands that actually look different, even though it's the same amount of props, or like the same prop set that has been pulled from. And yes, summary. So it's really important that you let everyone on the team contribute to the generation in your prog game. They will surprise you with the creativity that they can bring to the table.
Yeah, and make sure that there's a very strong collaboration. Like we just came up with some examples of how the magic can happen when we start like tossing ideas at each other with like the building generations for the Sunken City, for instance. Yeah, and also figure out where you can cheat. Like where can you cut corners without losing too much of the visual quality? Because we have a game where the camera is far away. It's okay that there's not enough of high fidelity or a lot of details in the game, so to speak.
Yeah. And lastly, shaders can add a lot of variety to a small selection of props. And I think it's one of the areas where there's still a lot of room for exploration in procedural games.
Yes.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. It's so cool to see the sort of evolution of principles you were talking about, and now the application of those principles here. And I'm definitely going to be referring to this talk as I, game jam at some point.
Yes.
Thanks again, friends. All right. Well, that was another great talk, and we've got another great one coming up from our friend Bleep Track. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much.
You submitted your talk to the CFP, and I saw your website with all the cool stuff that I'm sure you'll be talking about in this talk for sort of procedural generation for the physical world. I'll just let you take it away, Bleep Track.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm super excited to be here. So many cool talks already. So yeah, a few words about me. Hi, I'm Bleep Track. I'm an artist, full-time artist and creative technologist. And I have way too many side quests in my life. So on the side, I'm also trying to finish my PhD, where I'm researching co-creative drawing tools. And yeah, but my artist practice is mainly in generative art and procedural generation. And especially, I really, really enjoy making physical things out of algorithms in some sort of way. But you might also know me from fabulous coffee brewing shot that I post now and then to social media. Or for my other side project, which is renovating this 1993 electric car, very weird vehicle. It's now allowed on the streets. So if you're interested in anything of that, follow me somewhere on social media. So, but now into procedural generation. So I enjoy making a lot of generators, not so much in the direction of games, to be honest, more like as a standalone project, as casual creators maybe. And this is one project of mine. This is called Overflower. So it generates mandala flower-esque shapes. It's your typical generator. You have some parameters you can set. You can randomize a few things, and then have fun making your little flower to use for whatever you want. I usually open source my things, and I like to share them as websites. So it's very accessible to people to just enjoy it and have fun. And my first thing that I tried to make something physical was stickers, in fact. And it's very fun to make stickers. You can show off your variety. They can be very big. You can stick them on laptops, on notebooks, on your phone, on everything. They're very nice to show off your things. And just nice things to give away. So that was the first thing I tried. I also tried this with different generators. Like this one is called Bugs and Beetles. I also had a Twitter bot at the time when Twitter was cool, running with that thing. And it generates bugs. It might have some bugs in the code, hopefully not that much, but mainly it's there to generate like fun bug shapes. And I also made some stickers with these, and it's really neat to also like change a bit of the size and play a bit with the medium. Just have them on a table at an event and give them out. I also have some generators that are more on the, let's say, maybe on the activist side of things. There might be some confusion about what's wrong with NFTs. It's nothing with the file system, it's about NFTs. So just a heads up on that. So yeah, I made a generator that just like expresses my anger on several things. And I also printed stickers on the very angry fingers and gave them out on different events. And they are always sort of a big laugh when people find out very angry middle finger stickers lying around somewhere. And fun fact, if you try too hard on your things, they might end up in a museum. So I had some prints on shirts and caps that ended up in a museum exhibition about protest for whatever reason, but it can happen. But there's one thing with stickers, and that is if you do procedural generation, right? You want to show off all the cool things that can be generated with your generator, and you're optimizing your generator to have like that super large variety, and things still should look interesting. And now you want to make stickers, so you send them out to a manufacturer, but you can't tell the manufacturer, well, make me 10,000 different stickers because I want to show off my variety. This is not going to work. Like, he will write you back very angry emails, I guess. So what I ended up doing is just make my own stickers. And it's not that hard. You can just buy vinyl sheets to print on your inkjet printer. This usually gives you very nice results already. And then it's very easy to make them sort of UV and waterproof by just buying some UV protective foil, and then you need to scrub that on with a squeegee. So there is a bit of manual work involved, but it's very doable. And I think the most exhausting part in a way is cutting out the stickers. You could do this with a machine. There are like cutting plotters out there, like these little Cricuts machines, or maybe the Hackspace near you might have a little plotter machine you can use. But to be honest, for myself, I find it super relaxing and soothing to just cut my own stickers. And I have them, like each sticker I have in my hand, I can take a second look at it and enjoy the creation that came out of my code. And I also usually do a little signage on the backside, so it's more like an artist piece and so forth. And yeah, then I hand them out like business cards, more or less. So it's very nice opportunity to show off your cool things, I think. And also if you lay them out like at a booth or at an event, and you tell people each one of these stickers is unique, so choose the one you like best, they will be like super excited and take 10 minutes to grab that one sticker that they really think is the one that matches them best. So this is like, yeah, I think it's a very, very nice incentive to show off. And you can also make stickers digitally interactive again. For example, with this project that I did, this is called Tap for Art. So it's a regular sticker, square shaped, but it has an NFC tag inside. So you can tap it with your phone and it will open a website where it generates like a geometric little animation form shape thing. But the fun thing is the NFC tag has an ID. So each tag has its own unique ID that you can use as a get parameter in the URL. And you can also use a scan count. So the tag itself can keep track on how often it has been scanned already. So you can make this whole series of generative art pieces that count on these both seeds. So I use the UID seed as a mainly like as a color and base shape seed, and the counting number I use to just shuffle the shapes around and make a new shape into the series. And if you tap these stickers, and then you can, like here, you can just scroll through the series and like explore the scans that already have happened so far. There's just one thing: if you are buying NFC tags, be aware that there's different ones. So you really need to choose the one that works best for you, because I also screwed up quite badly when I bought a roll of 1,000 stickers. There was a few $100 and I didn't read the description properly. And the ones that I got are like the super regular ones, and they won't work if you stick them on metal. But the Tab for Art series was intended as a street art project. So it should have ended at like street signs and lampposts and stuff. And they are not working there. You can't read them out again. So make sure to buy the proper NFC tags if you do anything with NFCs. Well then, so much for stickers. If you have a generator that can make like a patterny texture shape thing, then I can really recommend getting it printed on fabric, like this one. This is also nowadays super easy. It's more basically like getting a photograph printed. It's like a manufacturer, you upload a pixel image, you can choose which kind of fabric you want, and yeah, just get it printed. And also, if your generator is maybe not doing a texture-like thing, maybe you can arrange your generative outcome to be more like a texture. This is what I did with the overflower generator, for example. I just made like a flower bed, kept the colors the same, but each flower head itself is unique. And the fun thing with fabric is you can cover huge areas super easily, because the fabric in one direction is more or less unlimited on the roll. I guess maybe 50 meters is the limit or something. And in the other direction, you are at about 1.5 meters, I'd say. Sorry, I don't know how much that's in yards. You can convert yourself, I guess. Yeah, so fabric printing is super fun. It's not that cheap. It's not that expensive. And you can make a lot of fun things with that. So for example, this summer, I did sew a lot of unique little generative pouches. They are created from a generator that is called interlaced. So it makes like very, like inspired by Celtic knots, maybe like knotty shapes where it looks like some cables and some plant parts are intertwined and tangled in some form. And I did send these out for my Patreon. So this is one way that I finance my art. I have a Patreon running, and twice a year I send out unique generative goodies to people that support me there. So the pouches were this summer's goodie presents, mainly because I really, really needed a pouch for my pencils. So fabric is really nice. You can also make clothes out of the fabric, of course. So this is like the same generator. I just printed it super large, also in a different kind of fabric that is more suitable for sewing t-shirts maybe. And my idea was to have some sort of cape, gown, whatever thing that I can just pull over when I'm at events. So I will be very easily to spot at events and have this iconic piece of clothing on me where people say, that's Bleep Track. I don't know, want to talk to her. And this is the result. I think came out really nice. And it is really now my typical, piece of clothes that I usually wear to events. Very nice. And it's machine washable. So it's like, it's super easy to maintain. That's about fabric. Let's talk machines. We can do other fun stuff with procedurally generated things. I think one thing that had a bit of a renaissance in the last few years is pen plotters. Like, this is a very modern type of pen plotter. Again, this is the overflower generator in some form that you can see here drawn. And a pen plotter is like a little machine you can attach to your computer, plug into your computer, and you attach a pen, of course, also, and then it will draw a nice image. And there's just one caveat: you really need path data. So you usually want to work with vector graphics. So like stickers and printing fabrics doesn't really matter. In the end, it's just some sort of pixel image you need for that. But if you go into digital fabrication, you really, really want to work with some sort of vector graphics or some sort of path data. It doesn't need to be SVGs, can be a lot of different types. But the machine needs to know where it's going to draw, and pixel images won't work for that. This is the very modern type of pen plotter you can buy nowadays, but there's also the older types from the 80s. They were basically the machines you had before your inkjet plotter to plot, let's say, large building plans for architecture, for example. And they sadly became quite expensive again now that they became popular again. But they are really cool. Like if you can grab a used one, the chances are super high that you can use it with Inkscape out of the box. There are nice plugins that allow you to talk to the machines. And they have awesome features. Like, for example, they have electrostatic beds. So you can press a button, electrostaticity, what's the English term, will come on and the paper will just stick to the drawing bed. So you don't need to attach it in some flimsy way. It will just stick. That's super awesome. And as you can see in this video, on the left side, there are places numbered 1, 2, 3. So this particular machine even can exchange its pen for different colors, for example. So it has awesome features that a lot of modern pen plotters wouldn't bring you. So if you, for whatever reason, come across pen plotters, definitely grab one. I usually bring them to events. So this was, I think, two summers ago, maybe, an event where I took little snapshots, little photographs of people and plotted very, very abstract forms of a portrait. It runs through a neural net in this case. It's not that typically procedurally generated, but it runs through a neural net that I trained on my own scribbles. So this was part of my research, basically. But the pen plotter is awesome because it's not only showing off your procedurally generated pieces, but it's also a machine that people really enjoy watching, and it will draw them in. And then you will have nice chats about what you are doing, what this is, what the machine is, and stuff. And people, I think, also really value the drawings more if they are drawn by a machine. It takes some time. So I don't know. I think they can feel the effort. They can see the effort that goes into these pictures. But you can also go full circle. For example, with this project, I took these generative portraits and images and rendered them back into video. So to be honest, that's not that physical, but a part of it is physical. So I took videos where I'm holding like an empty piece of paper into the camera, grabbing a still from the video that I shot, and with Blender rendered my procedurally generated image back in. That takes the still as a reference. So you can also go full circle, make some physical things, and make them digital again in the end. So pen plotters are very, very fun, but I have a machine that I currently like even more. And now we come into the realm of winter decoration things. So I did a little snowflake generator a few years ago. And I think snowflakes are just awesome, right? They are one of the nicest procedural systems that nature has to offer. I'd say like snowflakes are just the iconic procedural thing to do. So, yeah, so I made vector graphic snowflakes and I put them on my laser cutter. Laser cutters are awesome, right? You can never have enough lasers. It's just awesome to watch it cut out things. And what I really enjoy is you can work with nice material like paper or carton or wood. And it's material that I prefer over like plastic things in a 3D printer. No hate on 3D printers, also cool stuff, but I prefer to have like more naturally materials to work with. So paper is awesome. I did cut them out, and yeah, that's the result. So it was just like a test thing for some winter decoration and get some nice snowflakes. In the center, sandwiched in, is a tracing paper, and on the outside, it's like icy blue carton paper. So nothing that special. But you can also do a lot more fun things with laser cutters. So I was once inquired to do some badges for an event. It was an event about a bug bounty program, so it fit quite well to the Beatles generator. And yeah, I adapted the Beatles to work with the laser cutter and make nice shapes for the laser cutter. And I made a lot of badges. In fact, I made 200 badges, more or less by hand. Obviously, it was cut by the laser cutter, but there's still a lot of manual work involved to assemble the things and clean them up and stuff. And oh, that was really quite a lot of work. But as you can see, you can really start to, you can really play with the medium. In this case, the paper, like a thick paper, you can not only cut it, the dark lines that you can see here, they are not printed, they are engraved or etched, basically. So you can set your laser cutter to half the power you need to cut, and then it will just like etch or like darken the parts of the paper. And you can also lighten parts of the paper. That's like super fun. There's like different engraving techniques where you can also lighten up the paper. Very fun. And yeah, what I did is have this dark anthracite paper and have some colorful paper sandwich, glued that together to give these nice badge shapes. And I also used the patterns that emerge in the wings to also engrave on the paper to give it more like interesting background patterns. And people really enjoyed it. Everyone got its own unique little bug badge that really felt, very worthy, very coastly in some form. So it had a very, very nice touch to it. And I always also wanted to go 3D in some way. And I have to admit, I have no idea on like building 3D models or anything. But I have a lot of training in making 3D paper stuff from my childhood, maybe. And I always thought, man, I really would like to have some sort of paper lantern that I can light up in winter. Like when it gets dark, I'll really like to have some night lights out there. So I thought, let's make generative paper lanterns. And this is what I ended up. The project is called Wish Upon a Star. So as you can see on the left side, you have the 3D model, and you can set some parameters about the amounts of spikes you want to have, some sizes, some dimensions. And on the right side, you get the 2D shape that you can cut out to assemble it yourself. And I also made some experiments and put it on a laser cutter. At first, I made some very wrong mathematical calculations, so I redid the whole thing several times. But in the end, it worked out and gave some very nice shapes. But as I said, there's still some manual process to it. Obviously, the assembly as a whole, but if you cut on a laser cutter, there might be parts that are not properly cut through or that stick to the paper in some way. So there's a lot of manual cleaning up still. And then I also glued some tracing paper on one side to give, to seal it up, but still make it translucent enough that I can light it up. And the assembly is, it's quite lengthy. I think assembling one star is more than half an hour. So it takes some time, but for me, it's a lot of fun. Like I enjoy doing paper crafts a lot. So yeah, I think they came out really nice. And this is what they look like in the end, but you light them up. Very fun. I did like one little RGB LED on the inside, and you can like control it by a smartphone and set the color and set some patterns so to make it look like fire or like a canvas inside. So it's like very cute and a lot of fun. And of course, you can make it on laser cutter, but what I also find nice for this project is it also works if you just print it on your regular Inkscape on your regular inkjet printer at home and just cut out the regular paper and assemble that. And light it up. It also looks super nice. So it doesn't have to be like expensive laser cutters that you might not find at home. You can also just use it on a regular printer. My next thought was, 3D things is cool, and making things accessible is also something that I really strive my projects to be. But I really wanted to bring the generative process itself to the physical world in some form. And I was thinking back and forth, and what I came up with is making a stamp set out of 3 stamps that fit together like dominoes, like tiling. Obviously, you are the professionals when it comes to tiling, I think. So I made some patterns that tile nicely together. And each stamp set consists of 3 stamps, triangular shaped, and the sides fit together. And there's one stamp in the set that can connect one side, one that can connect 2, and one that can connect all 3 sides. And then, of course, you can arrange them in the ways that you enjoy. So putting them on the laser cutter looks like this. In the laser cutter, you can just engrave rubber parts. There are specially laser cutter fabricated rubber mats that you can use to make stamps. So that's nice. Just engraving creates a ton of dust and it takes forever, but the results are really nice. And on the backside, I just used like regular crafting plywood that you can get in every craft store, I guess. And I did not forget to flip the image for the stamp side. I'm very proud of myself that I did not forget this for this project. Here's some different examples of these stamp sets, what they look like. So the three stamps fit together, but the they are not interchangeable between the sets because the connection parts are different. So each step is contained as is. They work together, but you can't interchange them between sets. This is not working. And then, of course, I also had to try it. And it was a very and unexpectedly nice process to just sit there with your paper and stamp some patterns and think about how you want to arrange the stamp, if you want to rotate it, how you want to close this shape that gets created. So yeah, I can recommend this. It was very fun. It was also one of the Patreon projects that I did send out in the end, and I made, I don't know, 30, 35 maybe stamp sets. So it was a lot of fun. And I really want to do some more in the future. I think they were really fun. So stamp sets are very nice. I think interactive, participative thing to do to show off how procedural generation might work in some physical form. All right, these were methods that I think sort of easily accessible. I know laser cutters are also not that accessible, but most tech spaces nowadays have one, I'd say. So if you look around, you might get access to one. But now two things that are maybe not that accessible, but also very fun. And one is this one. I wanted to make a garden chair for myself some summers ago. And I thought, oh man, I really would like to have this grown with some nice patterns, and I really enjoy nervous systems. You might like them. They make also very cool procedural physical things, or things that come out of a simulation. And I think they, some time ago, mentioned a paper that described how you can super easily simulate vein growth in tree leaves or in leaves overall. And I found this so cool. This gives such a nice pattern. And I thought, yeah, I'm making a chair out of that. So I re-implemented the paper, threw that on my DIY CNC machine, and heavily underestimated how long it takes to mill this out. So I grew the pattern in a square shape twice to have the backrest and the seat part grown in this pattern. And I think only one of these took 10 hours to just mill. And as you can see, the machine that I have is like so DIY. It's not sucking up the excess wood on its own. You need to do this by hand. So, oh, geez, this took forever. But I think the result is very nice. And it also ended up in an exhibition, to be honest. That was for my solo exhibition. And I used it like multiple years. Very nice. And it's also regular plywood from a woodworking store. So nothing special. And at first I thought about maybe I also want to do the chair legs out of this pattern. But I realized, oh man, with the simulation part, I can't really control how the pattern will look like in the end, or at least it would have been like a lot of overhead to code to make this controllable in some form. And so I scrapped the idea after I realized like this is not going to work. Either I need to make a lot of manual bridges on the wood to make it more sturdy, or just maybe just not going to do this. And what I also heavily underestimated is if you mill out a pattern that more or less maximizes the surface, you have a maximum of surface to sand down in the end. So there were all these little nooks and caveats and stuff where I had to stick sanding paper in that and sand it down. This also took several days to finish the whole thing off. So if you are, for some reason, into woodworking and really want to replicate this chair, I have the files on my website. Feel free to make one, but just so you know, it will take forever. So let's go to the last example I have with me. And this is this little generator. It generates planet shapes and stars and some swirly backgrounds. And it belongs to sort of a unique project, maybe. And I always wanted to learn how people are creating PCBs, like circuit boards, not for computers, or like for Arduinos and stuff. And I thought, like, let's do, for my first circuit, whatever, let's make it procedural. And it should be a keyboard where you can button press, in this case, the planets. And it should register these presses and then act as a keyboard that you can program. So let's say, make the volume louder, make it mute your microphone or whatever you want. And yeah, so this is I wrote the generator for, and then I sort of tried to recreate the traces in KiCad. This was the first rendering, and then I did send it out to a manufacturer, and this is what I got back. And I think they came out really, really nice. But again, it's a bit like the stickers. You have the problem that PCBs, they get very, very cheap if you buy a lot from that look the same, that are the same. But if you are doing like procedural stuff and you want to show off your variety, you want to have unique pieces. So you need to find like the path in between to make it feasible. So what I did is I ordered 10 per design. And also, if you look at the top part of the boards, you can see that they are the same. Like the traces itself are the same. This also makes it nicer or easier to manufacture. And I also tried to play a bit with the material itself. And I'm not sure if you ever looked at a PCB. It's like a sandwich. You have this fiberglass center, and you have copper on the top and bottom. Then you have coatings and stuff you can print on. And if you remove the copper, it gets super translucent. You can just like shine light through that. So I thought this is very cool. So the stars should be very shiny. So you could put some LEDs on the backside maybe to let it shine through. But you can also make relief structures. So if you let copper, if you leave the copper in some areas where it's not needed, but just for decoration, you get like relief structures, and you have like a very interesting texture-y feel on the board in the end. So these are PicoPlanet boards that I made, and I still use them now and then to control some things on my computer. Very fun. So yeah, this was my very, very colorful run through a lot of different projects. And I know I had a lot of videos and they are a bit choppy usually on the stream. So if you want to rewatch the slides, you can find them on roguelike.bleeptrack.de. And if you want to reach out to me at some time, you can find me as Bleeptrack on most social media sites. Thanks so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That was rad. It's so cool to see what you're working on. And I know I will be one of many people joining your Patreon after Roguelike Celebration. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right, everybody. So we got one more talk before the little break. We've got our friend Xeno Rogue joining us, a hardcore roguelike enthusiast and one of the developers on one I played years ago, Ancient Domains of Mystery. So excited to hear what they have for the best genre for a non-Euclidean game, because I also enjoy non-Euclideanness. So with that, I'll let you take it away, Xeno Rogue.
Okay, so thanks for introduction. So we'll be talking about non-Euclidean games, right? So let's start with explaining what non-Euclidean geometry actually is. Okay, so non-Euclidean is actually a quite commonly used word. And people use this word using many different things, which are somehow conflicting. I don't want to talk about these interpretations because they are basically all wrong, and what actually non-Euclidean geometry is colder than that. Okay, so what non-Euclidean geometry is? So let us look at the screenshot of Rogue. So what kind of shapes do we see in Rogue? And it is one shape that is basically the most common here. So it is the rectangle, right? So we have rooms which are rectangles. Rogue is played on a square grid, so the grid ties are also rectangles. Also, the whole level is placed on a plan of rectangle. And now the question is, are the rectangles even real? In Rogue, everything is rectangle, but do the rectangles actually exist? So it might look something obvious, like that rectangles do exist, but it was not actually that obvious. So what does a rectangle actually mean, right? So a rectangle is a shape that has 4 right angles and 4 straight edges, exactly right angles, exactly straight edges. So that is maybe a bit more weird shape. And this question basically came up in the work of Euclid. So what Euclid did was he wanted to systematize all the knowledge of geometry at his time. So his idea was to introduce the modern way of doing mathematics. So he started with a very simple statement and proved more and more complex statements from this. And he wanted to apply this approach to geometry. So So he set first to four postulates, which are very simple statements, like the space should be the same everywhere and in every direction. And from these four postulates, he couldn't still prove some things, like, for example, that the rectangles exist. So what Euclid did is that he added this postulate, also known as parallel postulate, which basically says that rectangles do exist, right? So he didn't formulate it this way, but he considers something else simpler. I think, in my opinion, the existence of rectangles is like the most special things, right? So rectangles do exist in Euclidean geometry; they do not exist in Euclidean geometry, and so the original Euclidean geometry, original meaning of Euclidean geometry is that postulates 1, 2, 4 are all true, but still rectangles do not exist. Okay, so maybe let's how could it even happen that rectangles do not exist? So let's suppose we are making a roguelike on a sphere, right? So we could look like this. So we have a sphere, we have something which looks a bit like a square grid, but if you look at it, it's not actually squares, right? So yes, it's the most visible if you look at the poles, right? So here we see that these like vertical edges, northern and southern edges, are not actually straight lines. They are more like curves. They are circular arcs. This is the most visible close to the pole. Okay, and like a sphere is an example of a space which is also the same at every point and in every direction, but here rectangles do not actually exist. It didn't actually like satisfy like all of the four postulates of Euclid. It depends a bit on the details how they define them, but it was not like the answer to the question, like the original Euclidean geometry. But it's a good way to introduce it, right? So we have hyperbolic geometry, which is the original Euclidean geometry, and it is basically the opposite of spherical geometry, right? So it is spherical geometry changes the geometry in some way, and hyperbolic geometry does the opposite. And what do I mean by doing the opposite? So here is the Euclidean plane. This time it is using hexagons, a hexagonal grid, to make it a bit closer to hyperrogue. So we can see lots of hexagons here. We could also have rectangles here, but we could draw rectangles on this board because it's still Euclidean geometry, but here we only show hexagons. And now what to make spherical geometry out of this? We can replace some of these hexagons with pentagons, right? So we do get this soccer ball, and it is a good approximation of spherical geometry. And if you want to obtain hyperbolic geometry, we do the opposite, right? So replace these hexagons with heptagons. So you could actually do something like this in our real world. We would try to do this, right? So you get a structure like this. It's actually infinite, so it won't fit. We won't fit too much of it in our world. Yes, and so what I show here is not like a good way to, for example, play games or for mathematical modeling. So what is normally done for hyperbolic geometry is that we use projections, right? So here is the most commonly used projection called Poincaré disk. It is a bit. It could be said to be a bit similar to the Mercator projection, right? So when we show a map of Earth, you can use, for example, Mercator projection, which is quite nice because it changes the relative scales of things, but the shapes are correct. And this Poincaré disk shown here also has this property that it changes the scales of the things. So all of these heptagons you see on the screen here are actually of the same size, but they look like normal heptagons because the shapes are correct. Shapes are angles are mostly correct. Okay, so this was like two-dimensional hyperbolic geometry. We can also have three-dimensional hyperbolic geometry. So this is, for example, an example of a three-dimensional hyperbolic honeycomb. So it looks a bit like Minecraft, right? You have these cubes, but they are like hyperbolic cubes. They are not actually cubes, as Lovecraft said in Call of Cthulhu. The angles are all wrong, right? So, for example, the angles here are not 19 degrees; they are 72 degrees, and 5 of them fit around every edge. So it's like a weird thing. Okay, so that's an introduction to hyperbolic geometry. Now let's move to the history of HyperRogue. I learned about hyperbolic geometry in '98 in a kind of course that did show like a video, not, which was a simulation of three-dimensional hyperbolic geometry. It looked a bit like what I'm showing on the screen here. And I wanted to make a hyperbolic game. I wanted to make it like something like a first-person shooter, but I didn't really know how to do hyperbolic geometry. I didn't know how to make games, so I didn't do much in this idea. Then I tried to drawing some hyperbolic art. It looked like a bit like this, not exactly what I'm showing on the screen, but it looks similar. It was quite complicated. Then I learned some fun stuff. So I learned about the hyperbolic model. So this is a very nice model for doing hyperbolic geometry on a computer. It is quite similar to what you would do if you would be doing spherical geometry. Also, if you are doing like a 3D engine for Euclidean geometry, this is also quite similar in the idea, this homogeneous coordinates and so on. Then I learned about this hyperbolic soccer ball tessellation. I realized that this tessellation seemed to be quite good to make a roguelike on, right? So before that, I learned about, and I only knew about tessellation like this, which had only these heptagons. And these heptagons are like too large, right? So you can only see four steps, right? So I thought it was not enough for making a cool roguelike. But with this styling, it looked great for a roguelike actually. So I basically made it. So it looks like this, the first version. So we travel on this hyperbolic plane. We collect some treasures and we also get attacked by monsters. You kill this monster in one hit, like this. They could also kill me in one hit, so it's like balanced. I found this. This was I planned more stuff in this, but I invented this very simple game and found it very cool and just released it, and people also liked it very much, quite surprisingly. So this was the first version of HyperRogue. And then for the IRL in 2012, I wanted to make something bigger from this prototype. So what I did was to add multiple lands, right? So we not only had this Iceland that I did show before, but we have other lands with different rules. And then also graphics were added, music, then in 2015, HyperRock was released on Steam, so it was quite important because like a community was for this game was built on this Steam forums. Nowadays, a good space for making communities is Discord, but we didn't have Discord then, right? So it was quite important. We have the community. They suggested ideas for improvements and so on. Also, in 2015, I met my wife. So she had an idea to use this engine not only for a roguelike, but also for doing some like research using hyperbolic geometry, right? So it was quite fun, and some of the things which we did for this research were also used back in the game, right? So it was quite interesting. Then three-dimensional graphics, animations, some like special modes, three-dimensional graphics here. So you can play HyperRock like a first-person shooter. There are also full three-dimensional geometries. So like this thing with hyperbolic cubes was also done with this engine. Some alternative classes like crossbow and so on. So that's now HyperRock has like over 60 lands. So that's roughly the history of HyperRock. So let's move to the main thing of the attack. So it seems that roguelikes and hyperbolic geometry are a great match, right? So yes, it is so. So which roguelikes elements did actually matter for HyperRock? So quite interestingly, the thing which matters the most is, in my idea, is that you actually move and fight like in Rogue. So let's explain why is it so, why hyperbolic geometry matters here. So let's collect this treasure here, and now we are attacked by two monsters, and if we're on a hex grid, it wouldn't be possible to win this situation, right? Because if you attacked on one of them, the other one would attack us, and if we try to escape, they are still both close to us. But this is hyperbolic geometry, so we can actually stand on the heptagon, and this heptagon has this extra direction that Euclidean geometry didn't have. So we step here and we can defeat them. So that's this seems to be what actually makes this game cool. And another very important thing is, which I have not talked about yet, is that is this thing, right? So let's count how many cells we have by distance. So for example, if we look at how many cells we have in, for example, 50 tiles, it is like 3.5 trillions, right? So it grows very, very fast. It actually grows exponentially, right? So there are sometimes you can find on internet some videos about what are the biggest games ever, biggest game worlds. So they are normally mention something like No Man's Sky or something which models a galaxy which has I guess, I don't remember, I think about 20 digits is the size of the universe there, and HyperRock is basically these guys are basically laughably small compared to HyperRock, right? Because of this exponential growth, and of course since we have this infinite world, procedural generation is crucial. So that's important thing. This is also, this infinite growth is also what is used in this scientific application that I mentioned. One other fun things is that in HyperRock there is no need to auto travel, right? so this is this controversy in traditional roguelikes that there is this, they commonly have this auto travel feature, which makes the game more fun, but it is controversial, right? So some people don't like it very much, and here in Happy Rock, due to this structure, it doesn't feel like it would be better if you had auto travel. And so Hyperrock has not only combat challenges which I did show before, but also navigation challenges. Like find like some specific point in this huge world. Okay, so before we move to the next step, so what do we have now? We have procedural generation, and we have this extremely cool exploration combat system, and how to make it a really great game. And roguish games used like two kinds of approach, right? So roguelikes are commonly associated with mastery, so the game should be a challenge. But we also have simulationism, right? So the idea here is to simulate an immersive, complex world, and they are like very different approaches, right? So for example, these mastery games, we prefer more linear structure to prevent grinding. We want shorter runs, medium complexity. In simulationist games, there is lots of complexity, more experimentation, and like lots of games are based on this simulationist approach. So for me as a game designer, I am more into this like mastery direction. So I want the game to be like a challenge. I don't like grinding, for example. But this infinite world is like a great match to have for like it's infinite world, right? So so I wanted to have something which makes this mastery work in a world which is actually infinite. So yes. So the idea here is that we collect these treasures, which gives us score, and when we get more score, the game becomes harder, right? So here we have, I don't know how many ice diamonds we have from this island, but it makes this island quite difficult. If we move to another land, it is still at 0, so it will be still easy. Also, these high scores unlock stuff, so that's how it works. So it's not like a simulationist game similar to like Dwarf Fortress or Caves of Quad, but it's still kind of simulationist because it simulates complex mathematics, right? So it's a kind of different kind of simulation. Now let's talk about what Happy Rock doesn't have. So as I did show before, Happy Rock has no hit points, right? It also has no character growth. So some people think that roguelikes are defined by character growth, but here it is not really character growth. There is no resource management. There are no classes, at least originally. It is still an adventure, so this makes it a bit like a role-playing game. But on the other hand, everything of this is like there's some take on it. So, for example, there is no hit points, but I have seen like an interpretation of hit points, which according to which hit points are the idea of hit points is that they don't actually correspond to being unwounded hard, but to like general state, which includes, for example, tactical positioning, and in this tactical roguelikes, one hit point roguelikes, this positioning is like explicit, right? So it replaces the character doesn't grow, but the world gets advanced, gets progression. So this like some players say something like this, and I think this is a nice way to doing this. There are no classes, but HyperRock takes variety from having lots of special modes. Like, for example, you can play this game on some different tiling, right? So here is, for example, a different tiling. So the procedural generation in HyperRock has been transformed to also work on many other tilings. Okay. There is also this org strategy mode, which makes it more like a role-playing game. So it is also this more like a more typical roguelike in general. The next thing I wanted to talk about is special consistency. So what I mean by special consistency, also called non-modality, is that this space is consistent, right? So for example, in NetHack shops, we have these shops are basically a part of the map, and we can do lots of cool things based on that, like steal from shops and things like that. There are many violations of, for example, in roguelikes we often have stairs, which are a kind of violation of this special consistency because it is not clear whether the enemies should follow you through the stairs or not, right? So there is like where's stuff here, and here nonlinear geometry allows us to have this special consistency in a fun way. So we have this hyperbolic strings like here, and they allow us to have like a new structure of the word, right? Which is especially consistent. So I think that is quite fun. And the next element is simple graphics. So as I have shown before, the first version of HyperRock was ASCII, so it was good for prototyping. So I could make this ASCII game, and people did buy it. And the common way that developers use is pixel art, right? But here, in my opinion, pixel art doesn't fit nonlinear geometry because pixels are squares, and as I said, in hyperbolic geometry, there are no squares, there are no rectangles. So this pixel art would have to be weirdly like reshaped or zoomed and so on. So it doesn't fit. You also need to anyway write some kind of engine for this, right? So common approaches don't really work. The next thing I wanted to show is this screenshot of the first roguelike which I have played, which was named Valhalla. So I think this screenshot is quite interesting because this has this zoomed in map in the lower part of the screen, and on the upper part of the screen it has the map of the whole level, which is like a big, right? And it seems that in roguelikes, when I am playing roguelikes, I want to indeed like this screenshot shows see the whole level, right? And I think other players are also like me often. And at some point, I had an idea that maybe it would be possible to combine these two views that Valhalla uses into one view, right? So something which shows my character zoomed in, but I can also see the bigger part of the level. And this Pancare disk basically lets us to get this effect, right? So I would like to also mention that Pancare disk is not the only projection. There are also other projections, like so for example, some people prefer to play HyperRock like this. There are many projections. Okay, so next thing is I would like to mention this great community. So who like experimental games, accept low production values, suggest improvements, contributes code assets and so on. So I think it is easier for experimental games, it's easier to like market them if they are roguelikes than if they are not. If they are not, it's not clear how to find like a community of players. Okay, so there's also permanent devs. So it is quite relevant to HyperRogue, but it's not really relevant to non-linear geometry. So and I have no time to talk about this. So I will skip this. I will talk about some examples of other game projects which we have. So we have hyperbolic versions of various puzzles, so like Sokoban or Minesweeper or Sudoku, Rubik's Cube, and so on. We have Hyperbolica, which is quite a big hyperbolic game. It is a working simulator with some minigames, essentially. And there is this Hypermine project, which is the idea here is to make hyperbolic Minecraft, right? So it's also procedurally generated, of course, and it is also open source, so possible. It could be possible to join this project. There is this in-house game, which is like a game in development. I find it quite interesting because it's also a top-down two-dimensional action game, but like they made very different choices than I made in HyperRogue, so it's quite interesting. There is Roguelike Collection, which is like a collection of games in various third-person geometries. So right, so we have in 3D, we have even more weirder geometries, which are called third-person geometries. There is our Metroidvania, which is also non-Euclidean and is in development. The idea here is to make as many elements as possible without the most common ones. So, for example, no procedural generation. So let's see what it will result. We have also started writing a book about making Nuclean games. So this could be interesting if you want to make a game of your own. So that's all.
Awesome. Thank you so much, XenoRogue. And what's the name of your Metroidvania? I didn't see it on there. Or is that in progress?
So it's not really named.
Okay.
I mean, I have some like development names, but they could switch. So
Sure. Well, I'm excited.
You can follow me on social media. Turabi will
sounds
show
good.
it from time to time.
Well, thanks again for your talk. That was lovely. We are just coming up on the social time now. So I'll let everyone get a break, maybe get some lunch. Just a reminder, we'll be back on in about 30 minutes. So I just wanted to also let everyone know the breakout rooms for the last three talks. So if you want to talk with the Sea of Rifts folks, that will be in the dressing room. I think accurate for art assets and dressing things up. And then we've got Bleep Track's talk in the props closet, again, very fitting room, and XenoRogue's non-Euclidean games in the break room. But as always, there is plenty of the space to explore. If you just want to go find some puzzles and unlock some badges, then you can do that as well. But yeah, and if you're joining us on Twitch or YouTube, you can go to roguelike.club and get a ticket so that you can join us in the Mud conference space where I'm talking about all these fun things. But yeah, I think that's it for now. We'll bring on our friend Mr. Game Boy, and we'll see you in about 30 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rourke, and I'll be your MC for the next couple of talks. So if you're in the roguelike social space, thank you so much and welcome. Thanks for chatting and having such a vibrant conversation. If you've been watching on Twitch or YouTube, feel free to join us. You can get tickets over at roguelike.club, and you can join in on all the cool things in the space. There's secrets to explore. Everyone, I encourage you to look at what our wonderful volunteers have made. And you can put links on the obelisk. We really encourage you to put stuff there. I don't know if you're anything like me, but my list of tabs is already so full from all the wonderful things people have been putting in chat. And the obelisk is a great way to keep track of those, so we can all take a look at those after the conference. If you have any speaker questions, there's a note wall in the theater. You can upvote any questions you like if we've got time at the end of the talk. So that's a great place to put those. And also in the space, we've got links to the merch and the Steam sale. Now, I've got this year's Roguelike Celebration t-shirt. It does have some spilled chai on it, but they don't come like that. You actually have to add that manually if that's something you want. I don't know if I'd recommend it, but you could match my style if you do that. Also, the Steam sale, like I said, we've got we've got games there from previous speakers, this year's speakers, and a whole lot of amazing things, as with every year. And we've got previous year's shirts this year in the merch store as well. I know I'll be picking up some that I wasn't able to get in previous years before I even knew about Roguelike Celebration. And there's some really amazing designs out there. Now, if you do have any questions about the speaker space or the social space, or if anything's broken, this is not enterprise software. This is run by volunteers, so please let us know. There is an area in the space to let us know that and give feedback in the pavilion. And you can also use /mod if there's anything you need to give us a heads up about, and we will respond to that as quickly as we are able. Thank you all for joining us once again. And now I'm going to introduce our first talk of this block of talks. I'm really excited for this one. Cole Worley is a game designer. He is currently the creative director at Letter Games in St. Paul, Minnesota, and he's best known perhaps for his game Root, which used cute animals to trick thousands of players into learning about geopolitics and wargaming. He also co-founded Really Good Games with his brother Drew, and he's made some fantastic historical games such as Paxmere and Molly House. But I personally love Oath, and that's what he'll be speaking about today. Oath is one of the games that I go absolutely sicko mode about. So thank you so much for coming, Cole. I am extremely hyped for this talk.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. I am also excited to talk about it with this crew because it's a weird game, and really it's just for the kind of sickos who've gathered in this big top today.
Yes, when I first read the rulebook, it was all I could think about for about 2 months. So take it away.
All right, great. So as mentioned, I'm going to talk a little bit about a game I worked on called Oath, The Chronicles of Empire and Exile. It is a little bit of an odd fit, or it seems like an odd fit for this conference. It's a grand strategy game. Players spend time marshaling armies, marching around a map. It's usually about political power struggles. You're either trying to hold on to the throne as well as you can, or knock another player off of that throne. But despite its grand focus, it actually has a kind of roguelike origin. A lot of the games that influenced its build weren't things like Paradox games or Civilizations, but were proto-rogues, roguelike CRPGs. I put not just any Ultima, but Ultima 3 Exodus for NES because that's the breed of weirdo that I am. But we were playing a lot of early CUD and a lot of Splunky while we were working on the game, and just thinking about the way that those design elements could be adapted to strategic space. Now, I don't have time today to kind of offer you this full design history of the entire game, but instead I just kind of want to think about the ways that the game adapted some of the discourse, the techniques, the tools of roguelike design for the strategy space. Now, if you work in computer games, you have this lovely thing called a processor. You can build these super complicated Markov chains and models and just have a computer run them. And in the tabletop space, we don't have that. Instead, we've got players, and I do my best to trick them into doing all the computation for me. And that can be pretty hard. Players will get distracted, or they won't play maybe as well as we might need them to. But thankfully, we have a powerful motivating force, which is they're often playing to win the game. And this is a pretty important part of the game. It can focus the most distracted player, but while victory is a core strategic drive in a game of Oath, it's also pretty far from the game's central point. In the game, it often matters how a player won rather than who happened to win. So while Oath is a competitive game, it's also much larger and stranger than that. It's sort of a narrative first game, but there's no written narrative. It creates these personality driven stories, but there are no systems for character advancement or named protagonists. In fact, the stories that the game produces actually only come into focus when you're not playing the game. It's a game that sort of generates its meaning in the post-game report, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. This is all collectively kind of preposterous. These are little contradictions, but it's really a pretty fundamental part of all games, not just tabletop. Games need places of reflection and encounter in order to generate meaning. So I want to indulge, I hope you'll indulge me rather, with just a little foray into some reader response theory, because I really never left grad school and it marks me in so many ways. So here we have the kind of classic theory of reader response, where we have the reader and the author function, and where they overlap, we have something that usually gets called the transaction. And this is the place where the text actually kind of exists as a lived experience. You can adapt this to games pretty easily. We have games on one side, players on the other, and then the overlap of play is the moment where the game is kind of coming into life. Now, like any good theoretical concept, this is going to seem completely obvious to anyone. Of course, games and players have to work together to create something called the game, and we can imagine these being kind of overlapping spheres. But also, as is the case with a lot of theory, here we should pause a little bit and think about some of the implications. So for one thing, there's a lot of the game that players don't see. And this is important because a player's experience of a game isn't the entire game. It's just the slice they happen to be exposed to. Likewise, a game team or designer can't understand the full range of a player's experience. That means when a player is playing a game, things are going to take valences that they couldn't have anticipated because the designer is not every player. I also like thinking about this because it reminds us the importance of players. So I'm one of those designers who reads like every comment I can find about any game I work on, which is a sure way to like start your day with a small panic attack. But I actually think it's really important because every experience of playing a game, even a really negative one, is a kind of valid experience. It is someone encountering a thing that you invested a lot of your life and care into, and it's producing a response in a player. And even if you're not, over their shoulder watching them play a digital game or sitting at the table with them playing a board game, because your work is there, you are in that conversation. We are always participants in the act of play if we are making games, and that can sometimes be a little harrowing. Now, what I want to talk about in particular today is procedural generation and how Oath uses procedural generation. So let's add procedural generation to this formulation. So when we put a procedural generation in a game, it kind of expands the area of play and also creates some new zones. So when we're building procedural generation, one thing that it creates on the side of the game are the unseen possibilities. So things that a game could have generated, but that it didn't. These are parts of the game. They can happen, but they were never experienced. And on the other side, we have a kind of inversion of that, which is the imagined impossibilities. So these are the things that a player can think might happen in a game, but can never actually be produced in a game. And if you were a kid who grew up with playing a lot of roguelikes, or if I think about my kids now playing Minecraft, they are always inventing biomes that they like heard about on the playground. That's what these imagined impossibilities, which are kind of part of the game, even if they aren't explicitly part of the game. And then of course at the bottom, we have unused model elements, parts of the data set that weren't generated, weird relics of the design that got turned off sometime in testing. Usually when I'm thinking through and really digging into some of the logic of these procedural generation systems, there are these whole blocks of them that like aren't really actively used, but so I want to include them too. Now, when we're working on tabletop games have a long history with procedural generation. Usually they're very simple, something as simple as an event table or like a die roll table like this. This is from a game called Mythic Bastion Land by Chris McDowell. And his game is filled with these little things called spark tables where he says, look, if you ever in a panic need something, well, here, just roll a couple of D12s and we'll give you something. This is used to generate ailments for NPCs. So if you encounter someone who might be a have nausea, being medicated for it, or maybe they've recently experienced unexplained blindness, you just throw a couple D12s and you've built something. Now, I love a random table because it allows you to see the full space of a procedural generation in like a single screen. It's so clean. All of the art is so transparent. It's great. For a player, it can be a little frustrating though, because about the third time they've run to a lovesick turtle or an irritable hermit, they're going to start realizing that these adjectives that you've been pulling out to help prop up your story kind of have some kind of location where they're built. The more a player understands how the procedural generation work, it can start to undo itself. So some of the games that have come out in the years since, and this is a funny example to use because I'm talking really about a game from the 1980s, Tales of the Arabian Nights, will try to cloud this. So in Tales of the Arabian Nights, players draw kind of a card on their turn. Here's a picture I ripped from BGG. Maybe you encounter the Crystal Palace. That's going to inform which encounter matrix you're allowed to use. So maybe you're using matrix L, you can attack it, or maybe you want to rob the Crystal Palace. And then that's going to lead the player running the Tales book to look up the outcome in this giant binder of possible outcomes. And it kind of works. I mean, it's amazing. It really is just a choose your own adventure novel, but these layers of obfuscation create the feeling of playing in an open world game. I mean, it's like being on a little train, like in a switch yard, but there's a lot of fog. And so you can't really see where all the tracks are going. And it starts to feel like you're in this incredible open world. Now, there's a limit to this because if you just keep pumping fog into it, it's going to start to feel like white noise. It's going to start to feel like, you're just kind of lost in an infinite world. I'm reminded of those very early procedurally generated first person games. I mean, even something like Arena or Daggerfall, where the world just felt very empty and foggy, right? And so the key, I think, when we're doing procedural generation is to remember that we're not just trying to generate content, we're trying to generate content with intention. We're trying to give players the feeling of being in a lived world. Now, in tabletop games, this can be like pretty difficult. And so as a tabletop designer, I often just make bespoke content. Instead of just tossing out 10 randomly generated magic swords, I'll design each magic sword because I know a player over the course of mini games is probably not even going to see all of those items. So I can afford to spend the time to make it a little more bespoke. However, when we are playing, we have this wonderful resource, this wonderful generator of bespoke intentional gameplay content. And of course, those are our players themselves. Players are great at inventing stories and providing explanations for how and why the world behaves that way. And they do this all over the place. They're going to be scribbling notes on character sheets in a role-playing game. They might come up with fan variants. But a lot of this stuff gets blown away. I mean, all of the lovely creativity of a player, a lot of it is just circumscribed to the air of conversation around a game. So then, as I'm thinking about how we can make these intentional worlds, I start to reframe the question a little bit. Is there a way that we can capture the ephemera of play? If all of this amazing intentional world building is happening, is it possible that we can kind of pipe it back into the game that the players are playing? And I know that's certainly possible in the context of a role-playing game, but could we make it work in a board game? So with that, I want to talk a little bit about Oath. I think we've all earned it. I appreciate taking a little bit of time. You allowed me to take some time to talk about theory. The premise of Oath is very simple. The game remembers how it was played. Specifically, every in-game state in Oath is also a start state, and this allows the game to like layer over itself, where players kind of each game are painting a picture, and then they're putting like a light top coat on it, and then they're painting another picture on top of it, and they just keep doing this over and over again. And the game can always be reset to its factory default state. Nothing's ever destroyed, but it's actually easier to just continue the story. It's okay if players drop. It's okay if new players come in. The game will just continue going. This allows the game to develop this really amazing backstory without any pre-written plots. There aren't even proper nouns in this game. And it feels tremendously organic. And it feels organic because it is organic. It's generated by the players. Now, this whole thing only works because the game uses those little machines of intention, those players, to generate the world that the games are playing in, to kind of actively build the world as they're playing it. Now, this is not a role-playing game. Players are not given free reign. They can't make Oath into anything they want to be. Oath is a game with rules. It's a game with a rule book that is so serious that we call it the Law of Oath because we want to scare players. And it looks like this. It is filled with things that players can and cannot do. And I could talk about all the little rules on this page and bore you to tears about how each one is contributing to the kind of overall product of the game. But instead, I just want to talk about the game's kind of two central design strategies. So the first one is Oath has a selective memory. This is really important. So it remembers how it's played, but in a very uneven way. Some things are going to be totally remembered. Some things are going to be partially remembered and have unintended consequences. And there are some things that are going to be forgotten. There are decisions the players make that are not going to be recorded in any meaningful way. So that's the first design strategy. The second design strategy is the game has a very simple decision framework. It boils down very complex decisions in order to really just to sharpen the feeling of regret when players choose any decision, no matter what they choose. Which is to say, if we kind of sum that up, the game has a faulty memory and it fills players with regret. These are the essential characteristics of good history telling and good world building, I think. So let's talk a little bit about that selective memory. So the first and most important thing about Oath's memory is that it remembers the territory of its winner. So if you think about any strategy game you've ever played, Risk or anything else, that the kingdom, the empire, the state that you've built at the end of the game is the starting state for the next world. This is the kind of absolutely core element of the game. And all of the parts of the world that were not part of the starting state, they get shuffled away into a big frontier. And at the beginning of the next game, you shuffle that deck and you fill the map with these randomized sets. Now, here I should mention, When we started working on the expansion, we realized that every time we shuffled all the unused sites, we were essentially eradicating a seed. We were destroying this like beautiful geography that the randomized deck had built. And if you work in board games, one of my favorite like points of trivia that I think board game designers love telling each other is that every deck of cards that is well shuffled has a unique card order, probably in the history of all playing cards. Which is a lovely sentiment, right? How amazing that in the hundreds of years of playing cards, when you sit down to play bridge with your friends or something, you're playing a unique seed. However, one random deck kind of feels like another random deck. So it's a little bit like saying every frame of Static is the same as any other frame, is different from every other frame of Static. But with Oath, we realized that if we kept the same card order, that it kind of flattened the game's world into something almost like a platformer. So we imagined that all the sites that you didn't rule would go onto this Atlas stack. And then at the beginning of the next game, the player who was in charge of the empire would choose if they wanted to build the map from the game's recent past, if they want to be Justinian and go back to Italy and Rome, or do they want to be a later Byzantine Empire and maybe look to the east and to the frontier? And it allows each copy of Oath to have a meaningful geography. Maybe you've got an archipelago, and I've got a big mountain range in my map. Someone else has just like a couple disparate islands and the large, steps in between. There's a lot of different ways that the world can look. Now, it only works because of the atomic unit of the game's maps, which are these sites. You can see a site here. They're kind of only a few important elements to each site. Sites have a defensive value that's in the top right. They have a movement modifier in the bottom left. And then the bottom right, there are those little squares, and that indicates the population of the site. That's the site's capacity. It's how many cards it can hold. And these cards are the essential units of gameplay mechanical transmission in the design. So let's take a look at how cards work in Oath. Oath features a deck of 6 cards. The cards are all Oath features a deck of 6 suits. There are a lot more cards than 6. Cards can always be interacted with their suit. So you can muster with a card, you can trade with it. And then cards also have a special power, and every card in Oath is unique. So you could go to the forest and muster an army with the wolves, collaborate with them. You could go to the hospital and use it to curry favor and generate political influence. Or when your army is defeated, if you have control of the hospital, they'll be respawned there using the hospital's power. Now, these cards are going to sit on sites. Though players do have some cards in their personal area, most of the cards are kind of in a shared tableau. And when you put a card at a site, it sort of paints that rules logic on that card. So at the end of a game, let's say you have a little empire here. At the riverbank, you've got some secret police, which are terrifying, and a hospital, so kind of a little bureaucratic rump state. And then out in the salt flats, that's where your armies are stationed. There's some mercenaries there and a mountain giant. If this empire falls, it might be divided in half. Maybe there was a palace coup and they took over the riverbank with the hospital and the secret police. In the next game, that's the empire. The rules that were attached to the riverbank are going to follow into the next game. They're going to color the way that game works. The mountain giant, the mercenaries, they're off to the discard pile. They're scattered to the wind. Maybe they'll come back in a different way. And Oath has a lot of cards that can be painted on sites. This is a portion of the Beast suit. Again, one of 6 suits. It has about 260 cards. And each one of these can pretty dramatically change the feeling of the game. And there are so many cards that it's actually a design problem. If you have too much content, it can actually work against that feeling of intention. The game starts to feel arbitrary, like we're just playing with a deck of nonsensical cards. And so Oath actually works pretty hard to allow players to generate affinity for the cards in play. So to illustrate what I'm talking about, I want to show you this adorable baby. This is a card from the expansion, so it's not in the set right now, but it'll be out soon, called the Favored Son. This card is quite maligned. People hate this card, despite how cute it is. And they hate it because it's really powerful. So in the game, one of the ways you can win is by managing control of the people's love. It's called the people's favor. Players compete for it. It moves around the table. And if you play the favored son, it short circuits the political race. And you kind of just like instantly win it in a sort of brittle, temporary way. The first time this card is played, players howl at each other. They get so mad. But then they know in the second game that it's still in the deck. And that's because though Oath has this giant roster of cards, the actual play deck is only about 60 cards tall, and it is largely going to stay in play from one game to another. So now you'll go into the second game saying, well, I want to compete in the political arena, but I know there's a baby that's going to be born. And so where's that baby at? Who's holding on to it? There's a little bit of paranoia starts creeping in. It allows players to form deep multi-game relationships with this card. And that's because the deck is holding some game memory. Now, nothing in the Oath is static, and the deck does change. It changes at a rate of about 10%. So 6 cards leave the deck every game, 6 cards enter. When we were thinking about how we wanted the world of Oath to feel, I really focused on a kind of gradual sensibility. Oath is a generational game. I didn't want players to start the game in the Stone Age and end in a spaceship, so we were not doing civilization. Instead, Kyle and I looked at a lot of like fashion magazines, and we thought a lot about conceptualizing the world as the space of like 300 years in the Middle Ages. Like, yes, there was a difference. If you were living in Asia Minor in 750, that is different from 850 and different from 950, but in ways where a lot of the culture, the structures of life were being held from game to game. So with that in mind, I want to talk about the second design strategy, which are the agents of change, the players. So what sort of decisions then do players make in this world? Well, Oath is a very big sandboxy strategy game, but I really tried hard to make the decisions either or. Very simple, almost binary decisions. And here I was inspired a lot by some of the character creation that's used in Ultima. I think this one's from Ultima 4, where players are being forced to choose one thing over another and to know that the path that they do not take could potentially haunt them. Now, to illustrate this, I just want to show you a little mechanical example from Oath. So at the end of a game of Oath, the player with the people's favor gets to decide which cards are going to leave the deck. This has been adjusted for the expansion, by the way, so it's just a little bit different than from the base game. The way it works is they make 3 piles of 3 cards, and they reveal 2 piles. They then have to pick one card of those 6 face-up cards that will be kind of their best friend in the next game. The other 2 cards in that stack are going to be saved. They get to be kept. So let's say you barely won the game. Your mercenaries helped you do it. So you select them. They're going to be your best friend for the next game. They're going to come with you. The wolves in the hospital will be in the deck. They might be used, but those other 6 cards, including that adorable baby, they're out of here. They're gone. They're added to a pile called the dispossessed. They could be added back into the game, but it could take 10, 15, 20 generations of Oath before those cards come back. These sorts of decisions are everywhere. We really try to underline them in our work on some of the new content for the game. These are, for instance, legacies that players can earn that are essentially like alternate ways of unlocking card powers. Critically, at the start of the game, players get dealt these kind of 2 legacies. They can choose only one of them to earn. And then at the end of the game, they will often have a hard time juggling several legacies and their own, personal ambitions around trying to win or not win. And so they'll have to choose like, gosh, I really wanted to earn the Chronicler power, but it's my choice of, do I get the Chronicle power or do I attempt to win the game? I want those sharp decisions. I want that feeling of regret. It's really important in making players feel like they're building a history that has some consequences. Okay, so let's back up a little bit and talk just for a moment about what this strategy does. So if we go back to our little rings here, what's happened is that the procedural generation that kind of sits at the bottom of this conception is just being replaced by past players. So it could even be the same group of players. However, because the play group is different from game to game, because players forget, they don't have a full sense of what those past players happen to do. Now here, I want to know, as I'm winding up, just a few kind of really important elements of the way history works in Oath, because I've talked a lot about what the game is remembering, the kinds of decisions players are making, and the sorts of stories that are being told. But critically, I haven't talked about history or history writing, and that's because it doesn't happen inside Oath. Oath does not offer any position for any vantage point where players can look at the past. There's no narrative like perspective that you can use. The game is just a present state, and then it produces another present state. This was done by design. Even though Oath is a game about history telling, I didn't want to gamify the process. The craft of history kind of doesn't deserve such rough treatment. It requires too much art and play and magic. I want players to do the work of history when they're not playing the game. And so we actually included this little journal that players could use to tell the stories of their games. And I didn't know how players were going to use it. And here I was delighted to find that not only did they want to use it, they had lots of different ways of using it. So for instance, we started getting uploads from people who were drawing comics on their journal pages. Folks were like, I think this one is broken up by player, where the different players are kind of recording their own thing. We have some of them that are very like written in one perspective, where one person manages the journal. And even if they lose, they're like the jilted historian who's going to speak truth to power. It's funny that even though Oath is a multiplayer game, this activity is like fundamentally a solitary activity. And it's a good reminder of, I mean, one of my favorite things about the roguelike community in general is how the games take their meaning from how we talk about them with other people, even though we usually play them and experience them as single player games. And then we have some more here. There was even a cookbook. I love this cookbook because they went through all of the cards with food on them and then tried to make recipes that described how they worked, which I thought was really neat. And it's a good example of like a history adjacent document. This is a work of cultural history that is being created. My favorite one, though, is this. This was, I found this person walking in Germany when I was at the Essen Game Festival last year, maybe a couple years ago. And they had written this amazing journal, including like poetry, which would fold out like that. So obviously people are like rising to the occasion of writing real history and making real art. They're not just procedurally generating a history, they're procedurally generating a world. Now, not all players are going to rise to this occasion. While many players were happy to remember their games and develop them, some players forgot, and that's okay too. Oath has a lot of players who don't like it. I love reading their comments. I love that first one. If looking for RPG, I just play RPG, which I don't disagree with even. Or from Robert in Chicago, I'm taking an oath to never play this game again. These comments are really important. Even though they're like flippant and unserious in some respects, they help me like remember that players will play this game and not like it. But they're also more, in the context of Oath, they're more than just negative comments, because they are pieces of ephemera that have been captured for games that didn't have that part of the memory activated. So none of these people wrote in their journals, their Oath journals, that they hated Oath. They wrote about it online. It's like we're like finding it as like on a shard of pottery. And Oath, strictly speaking, doesn't care that they've forgot about Oath or that they don't like Oath, because Oath remembers how they played the game. And the copies of the game that they dismissed, maybe they stash it in a closet, maybe it got scratched and broken up, maybe it gets found in 20 years by a kid at a yard sale, it might get played again. And when it does, the players who are playing that game of Oath are going to have to make sense of an incomplete record. They're going to have to make sense of those gaps. And so the procedural generation in Oath actually makes a lot of space for forgetting. The uncertainties, the gaps in the record are actually the thing that makes the record feel so real. Oath is a game of history, and forgetting is probably the most important central part of history. And with that, I'd like to end my talk. Thank you all for coming. It was a pleasure presenting with you all, and I will see you in the breakout room.
Awesome, Cole. That was incredible. I think we do have time for one question. there were a couple people who asked questions about this game's relationship with arcs, which you designed after Oath and very much in conversation with each other. I really enjoyed reading those design diaries. Could you speak to how this game influenced arcs and how arcs has maybe influenced the coming Oath expansion?
So I'm one of those designers who always is reacting very strongly to things that I made previously. With Root, I was really when I designed Root, I was upset that it was a political game that didn't actually handle political stakes, so it couldn't tell the consequences of what would happen that a particular player won. And so Oath was all about understanding those stakes. The problem with Oath is that it does no narrative framing. It can't have a beginning, middle, end. Players have to impose frameworks upon it. And if a player doesn't rise to the occasion, the scroll of a calendar can become kind of monotonous. There's no narrative vantage point. So with Arcs was very consciously built to be a kind of 3-act story. And it allows the game to be a lot more about storytelling. Whereas Oath is more about kind of remembering, forgetting, and then assembling stories afterwards. So the games are really in conversation with one another. It's not an issue of I've had a problem with Oath, so I built Arcs, and then I had a problem with Arcs, so I built Oath. They're just two different ways of approaching multi-session storytelling in tabletop.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much. And I highly recommend people check out your other previous GDC talks and read those design diaries because they're fantastic and go really in depth into your process with this game, which I loved reading. Thanks for joining us. If people want to talk more about this talk and about Oath with Cole, we have the breakout room for this talk is going to be the dressing room, and that's after this next talk by Jeff Late. Thank you so much, Cole. So Jeff is the developer of the roguelike Powder for the Game Boy Advance, and has also written 21 7-day roguelikes, which is an incredibly impressive number. And Jeff is going to talk to us about long-term consequences in games, very much relevant coming from the previous talk, and that sort of feedback loop. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much as well. It's wonderful to be here at the Roguelike Celebration for the 2025 10-year anniversary. As just talked about, I'm going to talk about long-term consequences, not try and teach you them yourself, but actually talk about whether or not they should be taught in video games or not. In particular, we just saw one about history, and it's always said that those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. But I always say you're also doomed to watch it repeat anyways, because no one else actually bothered to learn from history. Anyways, back to the long-term consequences question. Let's go back a long time to 2005 or so with the birth of 7-day roguelikes. So as was mentioned, I've written a lot of these. And where they came from, I think, is pretty interesting, because it's kind of hard for me to now imagine what it was like back then. Because what happened was Joseph Hewitt, who was making the game Gearhead, went off one week and decided to do some performance art. He decided just to make a roguelike in 7 days. And this rather shocked all of us in the roguelike community, because to us, roguelikes were these massive games. There were things like Adon, things like NetHack, things like Angband, and that was the minimal viable product for a roguelike. Anything less than that scope was seen as just the beginnings of a pre-alpha that wasn't worth really looking at very much. Myself at the time was busy writing my own massive roguelike, Powder, and I'd also found another problem with this, namely that because we were all building these massive games, first of all, very few could be completed because you had to get a huge amount of area just to start. And second of all, we had a huge stasis of design. There was no room to actually try different things. So we'd have a lot of discussions, we'd come with new ideas, new mechanics that we'd like to see go into roguelike, new ways of handling exploration, new ways of handling hit point recovery, and all those sort of questions, but we know where to actually implement them in. Because if I tried to go to Powder and change how hit point recovery worked, well, I have to change almost the entire game to get that to work. You can see that in stuff like Dungeon Crawl, which has gone through a few iterations of trying to fundamentally change its nature, which requires a huge stripping down of the game. So the trouble is all the existing roguelikes have a lot of design baked in them, but we'd like to actually try new types of design. And this is where realizing that a roguelike could actually be done in 7 days became really revolutionary and opened up a lot of experiments. So over the next 21 years, I've written a couple roguelikes since then. And I was driving these partly because I could actually finish them, because unlike a normal roguelike, which is never done, Powder is still not complete, despite the fact I've not updated in decades, but there's still more work that could go on it. But all these games were actually done. Like the part of the 7-day roguelike challenge is you make a game, you actually tie the bow off, ship, and you can walk away from, which is hard to do as a creator because you always think there's something more I can do with it. So to give yourself the permission to actually say it's complete and I can move on to something else gives you the opportunity to try more things and explore more space. So back then, it was still an open question whether or not video games were art or not. And this seems very moot nowadays. We've even had the Supreme Court in the States declare them to be art. So it seems kind of, why am I still bringing this up now? Well, it's because it was very important at the time. And a lot of people arguing for the art side would point to the video part of it and say, well, if it has art in it, it has to be art, right? Because those pictures are art. Well, a roguelike, it has the fonts, and often we don't design those ourselves. There's a lot of prose, but actually very little prose compared to the amount of code. And that's where I always thought the art should live. The art should actually live in the code of the game, not in the trappings of the game. So the game systems should be where the art lives. And we've seen a lot of work on this, and it's actually led to some people suggest that, is it actually possible for a game to be good art and a good game? Because often they seem out of tension with each other. And I do say I've been trying to make good art, and I always make them actually playable games at the same time. So working with art games caused me to get involved with Indiecade. And because of that, I actually got to see in person this non-video game, this physical game called Train by Brenda Romero, which has a very strong artistic message. And it's obviously put through with the trappings of the game as well. Those are a very important part of the art message. But the design of the game, the rules of the game are also very carefully engineered to get the goal of the art behind it. And so it's wonderful to hear her explanation of all of that. And in the open discussion, she said something I'll paraphrase, which she was asking the group, what is the hardest thing to express in video games? And I think it was art or emotion or something that came up at the time. But personally, I jumped immediately on something I've been really struggling with trying to express, and that is long-term consequences. Games seem to be very good at working with short feedback loops where we're able to learn quickly from our mistakes. But anything long-term, players just balk at, and they fail to learn, they fail to even recognize it exists, and they just see it as a bad game. So why is that the case? Well, if we go back to what Ralph Koster wrote about in A Theory of Fun, and actually, if you just saw Xenorogue's slides earlier on simulation versus mastery, that actually seems pretty similar. So he divided what the enjoyment we get out of video games into two things. The first thing is flow, and flow is what we get when we're playing a game we have mastery over, where we're doing something well and we're feeling pleasure because we are extremely skilled at doing this action. And that one, if you were trying to make a video game that expresses flow, you're going to have existing skills be used by the player, because they're going to have to come in, and the more they're already skilled, the quicker they'll get to the point of feeling mastery. The other thing you can feel, though, in a video game is fun, and he defines this as the joy we get when we learn a new skill. So the process of learning, of discovery, is where this fun label gets applied. And this is kind of an important point because, while he defined fun as learning, it's definitely not the case that all learning is fun. We can look at cases where it is fun. So, for example, Clair Obscura Expedition 33 came out recently, and I actually managed to play it, which was quite a lot of fun because it was like a very well-polished game. Everything was well articulated, I felt. My next task was well guideposted. I'd get clear and early feedback on what I was doing right or what I was doing wrong. I'd die quickly and be able to just get back to either where I should have made a different decision or where I just needed to get better at playing the game. I was particularly impressed that this was an RPG I never had to save. Not because it was a roguelike where you save and restart, but because they just seamlessly would checkpoint at the right place for me to always restart from. And I hadn't really realized how important the trust with the game developer was that they do that. It also does the right sort of thing for training us about how to actually play the game. It has a whole bunch of nested loops. You start off with the very small inner loops, which are very short-term cycles you can quickly learn what the correct behavior is, feel your fun of figuring out these mechanics. And then after you get them chunked away, you can start working with the larger loops and figuring out what those mechanics are, and thus scaffold your way up and work your way up to the higher level. And eventually you're working at a very high meta level playing the game. Now, that was a fun way to learn. Obviously, there are some unfun ways. Most of us have experienced institutional learning, which traditionally does not seem to generate the sort of fun we have with video games. People spend thousands of dollars to go into these situations, but then immediately try and find every excuse not to show up. The complaints about it are usually that the skills that you have to learn are completely unmotivated. You don't know if they're necessary or why you're learning them. You're getting contradictory feedback all the time. You're taught one thing in the class, you go to write an exam, and the opposite thing's written down there. And it's an incredibly frustrating world. And so that's a lot of the people trying to teach are like, how can we learn from video games and build systems where you're able to learn in the same sort of way that leverages the ability of the brain to enjoy the learning process. But this, as a contrarian or as a mathematician, I always try and think of the counterexample, and I ask, is that actually a good thing? If we actually found a way to teach everyone everything in a proper Clair Obscura 33 way, would that result in a better world or not? And I'm kind of worried it wouldn't, because that thing we tap into, that pattern we tap in to teach people very effectively and have them enjoy the process, was definitely something evolved to have us learn in the world, because that's where we got it from. But the world was never adapted to work with that. So there's no reason to presuppose everything we need to learn in the world will be learnable by that process. And so if we focus only on the things that are learnable that way, we're going to have no ability ourselves, no training ourselves to actually learn things that don't show up as short-term feedback loops. So what are the sort of long-term feedback loops that can show up and ruin your day? Well, one obvious one is when you run into a wall. So this graph here is of how many seconds it takes to compute 1 million voxels in a simulation of a volcano. And the volcano's doing billions and billions and more voxels as the number of frames go by. And you can see that as soon as it gets to a certain size, it remains pretty constant. So there's more voxels to simulate, but the second per voxel stays the same. So the frame time's getting longer, but your time per voxel is the same. But then on frame 20 on Windows, you see there's a wall that gets hit where it suddenly takes a huge amount of time to simulate each voxel. And Linux does the same thing, later frame, the same behavior. So what's happening here is we had a resource, memory, and it was free to allocate more memory. The cost of each additional megabyte I did was constant. And so that was why I was seeing a nice constant line. But as soon as I hit a certain number, 64 gigabytes in this case, I hit a wall where I have to go to the hard drive and start swapping things out. And things become an order of magnitude slower. But there's nothing in this graph that would warn you that this wall is coming. It's something external to what you see when you look at this graph. So if you're trying to learn, you just suddenly one day nothing works. But this doesn't happen just in a computer case. This happened to me in a video game. So this is Warlords, a game that I played on Amiga with my friends. And it's a multiplayer game. And so we'd have 5 of us that would get together and we'd all play different nations that were fighting each other. And we had done a massive battle. This was like weeks of battling, and we're down to just 2 of us. And my armies were growing nice and big, and I was starting to sweep them across to defeat my foe. And all of a sudden, one turn, I went to the next turn, and all my armies disappeared. I was like, what happened? What happened here? My friend pointed out that there was these little numbers down here that we were all ignoring because we didn't know what they meant. But he was wondering what would happen when the gold went to 0. Because during the first part of the game, I had a high income and low upkeep. And so I amassed a massive war chest. But then the last half of the game, I was building these giant armies and my upkeep spiked, but my income didn't. And so I was losing gold every turn. But I didn't really notice this because nothing went wrong, because I could lose all the gold I wanted until I hit the wall. And as soon as I hit the wall, my armies disappeared. And, if we were to design this in a modern way, we would definitely pop up a warning for the user saying, your upkeep has exceeded your income. Please rebalance it before you continue. But is that actually something we should be putting in our video games, or should we be expecting people to be able to understand this sort of consequence? Because this is kind of like a very realistic, real-world problem where people will run into this if they don't watch their bank accounts carefully enough. NetHack does this as well. So playing NetHack, a lot of new users, after figuring out the archaic keyboard commands and figuring out what all these ats and ds are, can usually smash their way through the dungeon and get pretty far. But then usually they all end up starving to death. And that's because the first time they think about starvation is usually when the hungry shows up on the screen. This is actually probably too late. You want to be thinking about food management from the very beginning of the game, making sure you pick up those rations and eat the dead rats and so on in order to not get to the point where you're hungry. But from the beginner user, they're just seeing hungry, and then they don't know, they try and react at that point to the wall, and it's sort of too late at that point. And so it's a very hard thing for people to learn, judging by the number of questions or complaints about NetHack being impossible to play because you have to die of starvation. Somewhat limited to this is when you have some form of hidden growth. And so rather than a finite resource that gets expended and then all of a sudden you hit a wall because you ran out of that resource that was cost-free until it's game over, this is something when you have some cost function, which is slowly growing over time. And if that cross function crosses your reward function, you stop gaining. And the problem is the usual problem is usually this cost function is something that is cheap to deal with when it's low on that curve, but it gets more expensive to fix the farther it goes up. And so, for example, an unchecked invasive species might be easy to eradicate when it first gets established, but the longer you wait, the harder it is. But the problem is it's not justifiable to deal with it. It's not causing any problems until it has become big enough to cross over that reward curve. And so we tend to always react to these things too late because the proactive cost is seen as useless because you don't see any immediate benefit for it. So should we put these in games? Should we have walls and should we have hidden growth patterns? Probably not if you want to have a good review score. But on the other hand, I'd say that as we know rules of design and know that these are bad designs, we should always be willing to break those rules of design if we have some intention for breaking it. And I think we should do this more often because games do shape us. And I don't mean in the sense that if I played too many role-playing games, I'll think I cast magic. I would say more that we were making these games to reflect the world, and we also expect the world to reflect them as we play them more. So if we expect everything to be learnable in a very straightforward dopamine loop, we're going to not be looking for ways out of that dopamine loop when we leave the video game world. So as I said, I made a lot of 7-day roguelikes, and so for this talk, I'm going to go through some of them, which relate to this idea of long-term consequences. So the first one is fatherhood. This is the one that got me to Indiecade, because I tried to make a video game that expressed the feeling of being a father. And this has quite a few different gameplay mechanics I put in to cover that. But one key one that's relevant here is the positive and negative reinforcement. So here we have water flooding in from the right of the screen, and you are the @ sign, and you have to pick up rocks, the little pluses and whatnot, and make a dam so that the water doesn't flood your entire homestead. Your children, the 1, 2, and 3, they've been instructed ahead of time, help me pile rocks because we need to stop this flood from destroying us all. And so they do that at the beginning, at least. But being children, after a while, they'll start to play tag, and one runs over, tags the other, then it's playing tag, and your kids are no longer helping you pile rocks, and you won't be able to get the dam built fast enough. So there's 2 methods you can use to communicate with your children. One is to scold them, in which case they will stop playing tag and return to rock piling. The other is to praise them, in which case if they're rock piling, they'll just keep rock piling. So from the immediate viewpoint as a player, one of these actions seems to be useless. If I praise them, I've wasted a turn and nothing has changed in the game state that I can see. Whereas if I scold them, I've spent a turn, but I've seen a positive change in the game state, namely the tag playing kid is now rock piling. However, the children are attempting to maximize attention. Their goal is to get the maximum attention they can from their father, so they're always watching to see what behaviors will grant them attention. So if they see praising gives them attention, they will be more likely to switch to rock piling in the future. And if they see that scolding gives people attention, well, they'll be more likely to switch to playing tag in hopes of being yelled at and thus getting at least noticed by their father. And so we end up with a strange situation where the actual feedback the game is giving you immediately is completely opposite to the actual play you should be doing. You should be maximizing your praising and minimizing your scolding rather than the other way around. This was also sort of driven by what I'd heard from psychology, because looking into how to rear children, you're told focus entirely on positive reinforcement, but that seems to contradict our lived experience where yelling at people seems to be effective and praising them doesn't really do anything. And I think this is sort of like underlines why. It's like, why praise them if they're already doing the good job, and why? And so I should have to yell at them when they aren't. But it's very hard to realize, no, actually you can lock in the behaviors and shape the behaviors better if you just reverse that mindset. But it's a very hard one to realize in the world. The next game is Vicious Orcs. So in this game, you are a person in this village. This village is snowed in for the winter, and the nearby cave is opened up, and there used to be orcs in there. So the plan is to wait for the spring for adventurers to clear it out. Well, not really. You've decided you're going to clear it out yourself. So the game sets up that you really don't have to do this, and it's just your greed that is motivating you. But as you go into that cave, you'll find a bunch of spell books to do things like town portals and fireballs and heal spells. And you'll also find that there's this sacred island that you can go over and meditate in, and that will give you mana. And that's kind of interesting because if you don't meditate on the island and you try and cast a spell, it uses your hit points to cast the spell. Now you can get these back by trading gold in at the medic, so it's quite a feasible thing to do. But it also obviously would be better just to use the mana, which you're getting for free. So after you get to the bottom of the dungeon, it collapses behind you, and then you come out in the orcs' valley, and there you kill all of the orcs, and then it fades back, and you get to see that who you killed was actually the villagers, because you suffered a psychotic break going through the dungeon and just killed off your own villagers. You basically became the orc. But that doesn't happen if you didn't actually cast any spells with mana. And the game tries to make that clear in several ways. There's the pros and the trappings. There's subtle things like the fields start to freeze and the villagers start to get colds if you abuse the mana. But there's also the psychotic break in the gameplay. So the game becomes incredibly easy when you use the mana system, because you can just town portal back, refill your mana, heal yourself up, and repeat. And the hope was that players would recognize that breaking gameplay difficulty was actually a sign that they shouldn't have done that and should have thus gone for basically the hidden hard ending. Despite that, I don't think anyone has found that out independently. So thus, I went for everything as fodder. I decided to be a lot more overt with it. So in this game, you are wandering around the dungeon again, and there are these incredibly verbosely described things like Victorian evil-eyed pine sculptures, which you can pick up, and you can transmute everything into coins, just into their elemental coins, and then cast spells with those elemental coins. But the more you cast spells with elemental coins, the less you start to see the uniqueness of the world. The world starts to just devolve into that, white noise of just a wooden sword rather than a elegantly crafted wooden sword. And if you continue to cast even more spells, things are even more reduced to the point where things just become sources of wood, and a stone hammer is just a blunt stone because you don't really care about any of the details or trappings. And when you finally do kill the boss and finish the game, the quality of the ending is entirely dependent on how decayed your worldview is. If you're just down to seeing things as sources of wood, you get a very bad ending because you save the world, but you can't really enjoy it at all. Whereas if you do manage to do it without casting spells, you're going to get the best ending and we still have all the enjoyment of the world. And so this is playing on how we actually play video games ourselves, where we tend to start seeing them as just mere numbers. And it's always sort of a disappointing point for me is in an RPG, when I'm just staring at the minimap, traveling from place to place, and I've stopped looking at the beautifully rendered screen to the bottom left of where I'm staring. So for Sword in Hand, I ended up trying to do something very philosophical here. So I was trying to understand the concept of pacifism, which is a rather difficult thing and not helped by the fact that I am not a pacifist myself, but a lot of incredibly intelligent people have been pacifists. So I decided to try and find out why that is a logical position to have, basically. And so in this game, you play the role of a sword, and as a sword, you possess this adventure, and each time you can go back to King Viola, and you can get one of two missions. One of the missions is a sort of peaceful mission where you try and find something good for the world, such as find any new type of light-resistant crops or some water filter. The other one's something that does something that helps the war effort more directly, such as finding napalm or finding gunpowder. And so you choose your mission, you go off on your adventure, you hopefully defeat them and get the item back, and then the world map updates with what happens in the ensuing battles. So the strength of the different armies will be controlled by whether or not you get new powerful weapons or not, and the ability of people to repopulate, etc., is based on whether or not you get the new things for peace. So obviously, if you focus on peace, you probably end up going to lose the war. But if you focus on war, you'll probably get a very painful Pyrrhic victory at the end. The actual ending, though, is always done from the viewpoint of the sword. And so it actually doesn't matter who wins the battle. It matters how long it takes the world to repopulate after the battle. So if the world, so it's got the whole simulation mechanics. So after it finishes the battle and everyone's been killed, it says how many years will it take to get back to the original population. And if that's within 50 years, there's a nice peaceful ending, and you end up being put in a display case in a museum. If it's 50 to 100 years, there's a grim dictatorship crushing bandits, which is so as a sword. And if it's 100 plus years to recover, well, that's gravy. It's pure anarchy. You get to go from roving band to roving band slaughtering people. Because, of course, the good ending for a sword is the one which has the most violence and use of a sword in it. But then again, the good ending for the people of the world, obviously that would be the one which is most peaceful and prosperous, right? And the good ending for Viola, the king, is anyone in which he wins, because it doesn't matter if the world's peaceful at the end if he wasn't the one that won. And then the good ending for you as a player would be the one where you got to run as many missions as possible, because if you finish the game too quickly, you don't get to see all the different worlds that you could run on. So you do definitely have that different endings, and the endings here are actually very conflated of what the correct one is. So one of my favorite reviews of this was someone saying that, they played it and they really thought they understood the message I was saying about pacifism, but they weren't sure if they agreed with it. And I really like that, because I don't know what message of pacifism I'm saying about here. The one I really took away from the reading was basically, just as we are usually willing to say it's worthwhile to die for the sake of your nation state, it's also, we should be equivalently willing to have our nation state die for the sake of humanity. But it's a pretty extreme situation. So moving back down from war to economics, we have the Smith's Hand. So this is back in that village that we saw previously with vicious orcs. But in this case, we have waited for the adventurers to show up, and you're playing the role of Smith. So as each adventurer comes in, they want to buy some equipment from you, and they want to also sell anything they find in the dungeon. And you can basically run this as a little merchant simulation. The big catch is you have a monopoly, so they will accept any price you ask for. So you can see how much gold they have and fleece them for every last gold, or else be generous and give them stuff at massive discounts. But here, this thus seems like a case where you should just, of course, maximize exploitation, except there really are orcs this time, and they're multiplying. And so this forms that hidden growth function. And so you really have to keep pruning the orc population in order to ensure they don't overrun and kill you off, because then you basically have lost all chance. Probably there's a nice sweet spot where you can just farm the orcs as long as possible to maximize your gold, but that can be very risky if they end up taking off. But it's kind of an important message, I think, for the actual world, where even if you end up with a monopoly where you seem to think you have a closed system which you have full control of, you still need to invest in it, because there are always externalities that will come in and disrupt your balance eventually. War of 1812 was a game that I made because, well, I always had this dream of a game, which was you were the general in a tent, and there was the map in front of you, and there's all the wooden pegs representing the armies, and messengers will come in and update where they are, and you'd ask for them to move a new location or send messengers off. And it was a very hyper-realistic simulation of this, where you have only the local information of the game itself. The problem I had is every time I thought about how it would work, I saw no way in which to make the game actually strategic. It seemed to be the case that it would just be pretty much wandering around randomly, hoping to bump into each other. Well, then I read War and Peace, and at the end, Tolstoy has a big, long, rambling rant about how top-down control is impossible, and all the armies just wander around bumping into each other. And I realized it was probably not my fault, but maybe just intrinsic to the system at hand. So I made War of 1812. So it actually simulates the over 10,000 soldiers in 10 regiments, 10 regiments each side. And when you send orders to a regiment, individual soldier will be dispatched to actually go to that regiment to give them the order for them to update where they're going to go. And likewise, updates of where things are require a soldier to come back and tell you in Regiment 0 what the current status is. So the farther away your troops get, the more out of date your information is. And so thus you can muddle around and attempt to have some strategy that works on this map. And you can also zoom in, fortunately, because this is the sort of interesting part to watch, where because you accidentally got pincered, you can watch your whole troops be massacred in exquisite detail. It thus shows sort of this illusion of control and the pointlessness of strategic control. I've always seen this as a strong metaphor for CEOs of large transnationals, where they think they have control over their company, but really I think they have way less control than they ever believe. And that pointlessness leads us to Pointless itself, my most recently 7-day roguelike. In this one, you play the role of a regressor, someone who just dies and comes back to life over and over again. Now is on the same island. And this of those, of course, roguelikes, it's always a new island, procedurally generated, but the underlying rules are always the same. So you've already done everything as a character, so you have no interest in anything else. So as a result, there's no gameplay loops being broadcast to the player. They're not told what they need to do next or what they should actually achieve in this game. They're just given a bunch of tools and systems. Now, there could be a lot of loops here. There is Beelzebub at the depths of the dungeons you could defeat, and you can also build a boat and try and sail across the ocean to see what's on the other side. But there's nothing actually in the game driving to this. Instead, all the characters' monologue is more just the uselessness of doing anything. The only gameplay loop I really did make sure was obvious was how to break two pieces of wood to make a campfire, because this takes place in the winter. So that's all snow you see there. And so you can quickly get frozen and freeze to death. But then people did figure that out, so I'm happy. They could figure out how to light fires. But the next meta loop is that obviously when I start exploring, I should stop every so often, light a fire, warm up again, and then continue exploring. This I did not see people ever really figure out. They would keep just walking into the snow until they froze to death. Maybe they'd light a fire, wait 1 or 2 turns, but not actually warm up, and then walk and freeze to death. And I'd like to say that this is a flaw on their part, but I've seen this myself in the real life. We were doing winter camping in Scouts. We're all sitting around a fire, poking at it, getting cold as the fire went out. And then the Scoutmaster comes back an hour later and says, "Why did no one put more wood on the fire?" And I mean, why didn't we? Just poked it and watched it slowly go out. So I think that most games should probably remain easy to learn and easy to play. But I think making games that are hard to learn is actually an interesting design space as much as hard to master is. So we shouldn't be trying to polish all of our games to the point where they're all like straightforward and exactly match this simple mental training model that we have built inside of us. We should be willing to step outside of that and force players to actually exercise their brains and do some meta learning that isn't exactly guided for them. We definitely have an advantage for that in roguelikes because people already expect them to be hard to learn, so they're willing to actually step up to the plate. And as hobbyist developers like myself, I don't actually have to make something successful, so it's easy for me to say, put some walls in your game so people figure out how to overcome them. But if you have to make money, you probably need to avoid that to get your good review score. So thank you very much for listening to me. And it's been, I hope you enjoyed this talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeff. That was a great talk. Yeah, someone mentioned in chat, and I agree that to have designed any one of these games would be impressive. And the fact that you've been able to put out such an incredible roster of games with really interesting messages and conveyed through mechanics is very impressive. Thank you so much. If people want to talk more with you about these games, the breakout room for this talk is the Props Closet. As a reminder, if you want to talk more about Oath, that'll be in the dressing room. And we're going to have about a half hour for this break period. We have had some issues with the audio and video, it looks like stuttering, so we're going to try, we might take down the stream for a little bit to try and fix that. But you can enjoy this lovely social space that our volunteers have created. Once again, if you are watching over on Twitch or on YouTube, you can go to roguelike.club to get a ticket and join us in the social space and join these lovely conversations. And you can check out the Steam sale and the merch store to get shirts like this or any of the other shirts from previous years, which is exciting. Thank you so much to both of our speakers for this block, and we hope you stay around for the next block and see the rest of what Roguelike Celebration